When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
My God, let that song reach and shake the pillars of heaven. The Going Free lesson of the day: small efforts with the right tools provided by the practice of going free yield continent shifting results. We're going to talk about it. It is so very exciting. The MP of the day: white fragility. How do you handle that? Not in a violent way. Some review of Mark Collett's debate with Jeremy, what was his name, Poole? We'll talk about that. Shame extorting once again from some likely suspects. White guilt banners angering anti-whites. Imagine that. Poetry, music, skits, your comments and calls. And for all of those adult children out there who may be with your parents or guardians listening or watching, when does a joke become a dad joke? Well, when the punchline is apparent. Going free. A great Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you around planet Earth on every single one of the continents, maybe even that one all the way to the south. We are going free and rescuing our people, reclaiming our destiny, and you all, we are making it happen. All of the white positive people, and in particular, our corner of the white positive sphere, going free, are making things happen around the world. We're grateful to everybody. It's wonderful to see all of you all today. You may comment or ask questions in the YouTube chat by tagging me as No Why Guilt. You may also do the same over there on D Live, and maybe as well, I will be able to take a look over on the machine to my left here and keep an eye on anything that anybody might maybe gift in those tokens, as well as any questions. I guess you just tag me the same way over there on Odysee, the way that you do elsewhere. And I'll try to keep an eye open for that. If you want to financially gift, you can do so on Entropy. If you see me moving around, you're new to this. What's going on? What's that guy doing? Why is he Octopus Man? The reason why is because I'm surrounded by computers and I'm surrounded by monitors as well. Eventually, I think I might just have to bring some of them around into the shot because of all of the stuff that we have to do and do on a daily basis. But that's what I'm doing with all of these different directions and looking the different ways. You can financially gift over there on Cash App. Slide down into the description below. You'll find the URL. That's at no cost to you. You can also financially gift on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you, each one of your financial gifts. But fear not, that 15% goes to the wonderful people over there at Entropy who are maintaining that free speech platform for all of us. And we would very much like them not only to be able to stay in business, but to be rewarded for the good work that they are doing. You can also financially gift with cryptocurrency. And for all of you out there who thought that you were going to be billionaires off of the cryptocurrency of your choice, you're not. It's doing its ride again. So you still can do good with your cryptocurrency. Not as much good as you could have done several weeks ago. You could have done a lot of good for white well-being, but you held on to those nuts like the little squirrels and chipmunks outside because you thought you were going to be a billionaire day after tomorrow. Didn't happen, but that's okay. You can financially gift with cryptocurrencies. 4 of the top 5, I think, are available. And you can head on over to nowhyguilt.org and you will find a financial gifting tab there. You click on that. You will find the links for cryptocurrencies as well as snail mail. And we do have mail from the mailbag that we will be addressing today. Some really fun stuff from the mailbag today. I will check to see if we had any anonymous financial gifts over the course of the past week. My guess is probably still not, with everybody still thinking they're going to become a billionaire. But how exciting is it to be going free right now with everything that we're working on coming to fruition? So many successes, one after another. Make no mistake about it. It is the efforts of each and every single one of you who are doing things, who are pushing the lexicon and dialectics out into the world. And therefore, the societal conversation, that is where we change the world, ladies and gentlemen. All along, people have been saying, no, we don't have any anonymous financial gifts, and we will be able to proceed. If you do want to financially gift, as I say, you have a protracted, or you have a question or a statement that requires a lot of conversation, a lot of answer, you can financially gift with that to make sure that it will be covered, because I cover everybody's financial gifts irrespective of what they are. So we get to every single one. And I don't think we had a late one last Sunday, but I'll take a look just to make sure that we did not miss anyone. Again, I'll just mention the Ethereum and Bitcoin still, as of last time I looked at it, and I don't pay special attention, but as of last time I looked at it, they were still doing okay. Not as good as they were, but they were still doing okay. Before we move any further, though, I want to have a moment to remember all of, this is Memorial Day weekend in the United States. I just want to remember not just those who have given their lives and those who have sacrificed in other ways, but in America, but all around the world of our people. And irrespective of the conflicts, irrespective of when they marched off to fight our brothers, it was still a heroic deed that each of those individuals set off on that path. Sure, there were malefactors just as there always are in every human endeavor. But by far and large, the spirit of what motivates our people to stand up for home and hearth and kin and country and tradition, that is a spirit that we have to honor, and we have to be grateful for all of those who, even in ignorance or whatever their state might have been, marched off for causes that weren't to their own benefit and to our benefit in the long run. We still deeply remember you. We thank you for those sacrifices, and your memory will always be kept. More importantly, the honor of that righteous flame that is within the breast of Western kind to do the noble and heroic thing. Regrettably, a flame that is snuffed out in so many of the males of Western civilization today, the white males. They never make it to manhood. Regrettably, that flame snuffed out, not like the glorious ancestors that I can look to, and so many of you all can look to, who had nothing, and picked up what they had to head off into strife, most of whom did not come back the same, many of whom never returned home. And for them, I have one beautiful red rose to remember them by. Absolutely an exquisite rose I picked out perfectly. Of course, red meaning love, romance, and in this case, the more on the love end, a great love I have going out to every one of those individuals. A big thank you, and that will be the theme of the rest of our gathering today. But we're going to get right into the Going Free lesson of the day. And you know what I also have to look at during one of our breaks? I have to look at Mr. V. He reached out to me with a few words, and I have not had an opportunity to see what he might have for us a little bit later in the gathering. It's going to be wonderful, though, I can assure you of that. But the Going Free lesson of the day, small efforts with the right tools provided by the practice of going free yield continent shifting results. I have had so many conversations now with people over the past couple of weeks they continue to be dolorous. They continue to be saturnine. They continue to be depressed. It is melancholic hell everywhere I look because of the anti-whites, because of what we predicted and said exactly what they would do. They are doing it, from the president all the way down to I don't know, maybe the butcher has a sign out in front of his shop saying that today it's going to be twice the price for all white people. I don't know. But whatever it is, they're down, they're downcast, they're crestfallen. You should be the opposite. You are failing to discern the victory that is in front of your faces right now. I will try to communicate to you what it has been like for all of these years, year after year after year, in the shadows, in the darkness, being suppressed and oppressed, not only by the anti-whites, who had the power to do that very easily in the news and entertainment media and at universities and the like, to smear us and everything they have to say about anybody who's white sympathetic. I wish I could just channel it all to you right now, because if I could, you would be able to do backflips even if you could never touch your toes. And I'm one of those people. So you would be able to do backflips if you could see the success that we are having today compared to where we have come from. Yes, we have said prior to, and I don't know if Mr. George will have time to show up today or not, but if he does, he and those who were with us, those who were with me when we were saying these things again and again prior to the start of this decade, that this coming decade was going to be of increasing ferocity, increasing storms, a storm of darkness and a storm of light, both growing stronger at the same time. The anti-whites getting better at victimizing us, increasing their power, increasing their control, their hubris absolutely tended, overflowing from every corner of society. And yet at the same time, we would be having our victories again and again. And I said to every single one of you, do not look to a diminution in their ability to inflict injury on Western kind and the things that we do, and their ability to pass laws and then inflict those laws on all of us. And we talked about these, all of this, the new bank that they were going to create with the new bill. And we talked about months and months and months ago. We talked about these things moving forward, that this was going to happen, and they were going to be giving all of this money. They were going to be excluding white people from all of the tax dollars of this country for whom is shouldered primarily by Western kind, the founding stock of the United States of America. We said that would happen, and now you have doomed documenters talking about it as if this has just happened. And now everybody is coming unglued over that fact. The reality is that we see into the future where the others are blind or purblind. The reality is that we predict what's to come when others have to react to what comes. You are in the right place. And when you are spreading the lexicon and dialectics of Go Free, even if you are not bringing people over to going free right away, you are seeding the population with a new language, a new worldview, a new lens for their eyes to see this world, and a lens that they then go out into the world with, which they are going out into the world with, and changing the conversation. Everywhere I turn, I'm getting messages from people saying, in this chat group, in that message thread, on this news forum, in this state, in that state, in this country, people are saying now anti-white. People are saying anti-whiteism. And if you think that's a small thing, I will tell you this. You were born yesterday. You don't understand how colossal that is. You do not understand the shift in all thinking that creates. Maybe you will have to wait until you are 150 years old to have some doom dissector come along to tell you about how everything changed at that moment. Some historian to come along and tell you. So finally you can know, somebody adorned with a bunch of academic peacock degrees and doctorates and PhDs and the like, to tell you, well, this is what you should have recognized 150 years ago. But we are telling those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear and the tongue to taste that victory that is in the air right now. Because, my friends, the anti-whites are being forced to take up the language themselves. Societally, it is being absorbed and it is being repeated. The tipping point we are beyond. It is downhill from here forward. We have to all get in and push like hell to make sure it continues. Because I can promise you this, there are going to be fits and stops and starts as the anti-whites who have the intelligence to see how this undermines them, how anti-white has the same power for us that racist had for them. They are going to step forward and they're going to say, not at this university you can say anti-white. Not at this network can you say anti-white. And that is why we have to continue to push it. That is why when we look out into the world and we see content producers who didn't want to say anti-white, who didn't want to say anti-whiteism, who didn't want to say white well-being, who didn't want to say any of the lexicon and dialectics that we have brought to the world. Why? Because they were chiefly interested in themselves. They were chiefly interested in their aggrandizement and how many subscribers they got to themselves, how original people thought they were, how brilliant people thought they were. But of course, it had to end up that those with virtue and honesty and goodness on their side would triumph. And that is us. Because we have put Western kind ahead of our personal egos, knowing that we and ourselves selfishly would benefit by the betterment of our people. And we have indeed. Because I can tell you, I have never felt like I feel today. When I look around and I see Forbes, when I look around and I see major networks using anti-white, when I look around and I see politicians using anti-white openly, and I can tell you this about the Republicans, like Gosar, you all should think about picking up the phone. We normally don't call Republicans to tell them that they're doing a good job or that they should do this or watch out for that because it's useless. But if you have ever thought about calling one, Gosar is the one, my friends, because he had the beach balls to say what needed to be said with the word anti-white, unlike so many others who think they're so brave and come from military backgrounds, and they are nothing but little girls, endlessly afraid, crudely covering up their cowardice with camouflage. This pusillanimity of people that are better suited selling sandwiches at Subway than they are standing in the public eye and representing all of us. So maybe that's the first thing you take a note down. Even if you live in another country, not the United States, you're going to call the United States Representative Gosar, and you're going to tell whoever picks up the phone, God bless Gosar. Everything going on is anti-white, and I hope he says it more. And maybe here comes $5 because he said anti-white. Have him say it 100 more times. God bless you and everybody at that office for that man having the bravery to stand up and say it. And for those out there like Tucker and the other politicians who are saying anti-white, racist, hey, folks, they're moving in all direction. There's a little bit, our direction. There's a little bit of a course correction there, a little bump. And they're just saying anti-whiteism. Get at them. You know who's listening today? You know who was listening last week? Andrew Torba. You know he's probably listening again. I can tell you some others, very powerful people, that if you knew that they were listening right now, you wouldn't think yourself so powerless. You wouldn't think that your efforts out in the world meant nothing. You would decide that you were going to start handing out leaflets, that you're going to start putting out stickers, bumper stickers, of course, everywhere where it's legal to do so, hanging banners where it's legal to do so, getting to that content producer that out in the magosphere, whatever it might be, and getting to them and saying, this is what's going on. This is how you talk about it. You're doing a great job, but this is how you can do better. If you only knew, if I could only tell the people like Andrew, the other folks out there who have more power and more wealth who are watching, how excited he would be about spreading this. This is a new revolution of thought. As I said, this is not like tweeting or gabbing or Facebooking or instant messaging or private messaging, another lame slogan. God bless all the lame slogans. God bless them all. Bless their sweethearts. And they have their place. Those lame slogans have their place. But this is something new. This is something that turns over that apple cart of anti-whiteism that has been running us into the ground, splitting our heads open every time the anti-whites wanted to do so. The number of victories pour into me every single day like you wouldn't believe. Inundated. Ruth Rose. So many victories lately. The community is amazing! Exclamation point. In our local mother group, critical race theory was brought up, and both myself and another mom called it anti-white and received only positive feedback. Now is the time. It has never been more propitious. Going free works! Exclamation point, she writes. Bonnie Blue Blass. Bonnie Blue Lass. Extraordinarily intelligent woman. What a victorious week for white well-being! Exclamation point. Our victimizers appear strong, but they are morally bankrupt and are being exposed by the lexicon. Hallelujah! Exclamation point. What more do you need? If you haven't gotten motivated, if you haven't gotten started, if you haven't begun making the changes in your life, in your world, if you haven't begun reaching the circles that you can influence, what more do you need? You all know, if you're here week after week, that I have read in your presence live testimonials in the hundreds. You all know that you have looked into the threads and seen testimonials of the success in the hundreds from every aspect, all over the spectrum of people in service to white well-being, explicit, implicit, everywhere. Andre, whose last name I can't pronounce, but he is a world-class composer, and he's in the process of making symphonic music for Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. You don't bring the best unless you offer the best. He writes, once you have a lens, a conceptual orientation that leads to success 100% of the time, it is then only a matter of effort through time until it comes to dominate the conceptual landscape. Many people are now taking up the lexicon for the most immediate victories. What follows will be greater. God bless you all who are speaking to the success that you see in your life. And when you have the intelligence to see beyond that horizon, to see how all this comes together. Folks, do you understand that we are and have changed the world? Do you understand that? There are anti-whites with the ability to print currency who were not able to stop this. There are anti-whites in palaces, bigger, more capacious than we can even fathom, with technologies at their fingertips that we can only imagine. And that being one of their palaces. And they were unable to stop this. And I ask you now, do you still think that you're powerless? Are you still crestfallen? Are you still searching for an answer? It's found. And we continue to improve it with the rest of what I have created and with everything that is good and that we test and find to work from this entire community. Genius things continue to be added. Iteration 2 coming of the second edition. And this cleaned up, much easier to use. Because folks helping that have better education than me, smarter than me, pouring in their time and their efforts. This is how we come together and recapture our destiny. Stop searching. We have people from names and wealth levels and positions I can't tell you about because it's real. Who are beginning to hearken. From that tier all the way down to parents who, it seems by the week, a dozen more. And that speed itself is hastening. Who are teaching this to their children, who are using this verbiage with their children. So that we get things like this. The children writing NWG on the sidewalk and a heart. Every single week. And then we have wonderful women like Sarah Dye posting on places like Telegram with a photograph here absolutely exemplifying what we are all about. The beauty, the redolence, the love, the spring, the vernal aspect of the work that we are doing. Opening ourselves, opening our communities, opening our people around the globe, not only to a new way of thinking, but a new day. a dawn of something that leaves this squalid, wretched world behind, that climbs an ever brightening and ever more beautiful landscape, falling out before us in a lush valley extending as far as the eye can see, framing what finally we all have longed and worked for, the rising of the Western sun. And this, if you had any doubt left about whether or not you can make a difference, you can make a difference with your deeds, even the littlest of deeds, like these beautiful stones that have made waves and made their way into the regime's media numerous times now. And every single time they fumble with it and don't know how to take it. And they end up looking like the villain, exactly as they are supposed to when we use the lexicon. I ask you this. What about this person? I don't know what champion, man or woman, put that bumper sticker on that sign. Maybe it was the only sticker that he or she has ever put up. Maybe it would be the one thing, the only thing that you could ever do for white well-being, for the recapture of our destiny, for the good of all people of all races and backgrounds, all flora and fauna on planet Earth. You think to yourself, one leaflet, it'll never do anything. One sticker, it'll never do any good. One comment at a bus stop, it'll never amount to much. Because you don't have any power, right? Because only the people who are elected and sit in offices, or who sit in ivory towers, or who sit in palaces, they are the only ones who have the power. That is your mindset. This person put one sticker up, and that sticker was spotted by Andrew Torba, who then checked out that website and who shared this on his platform, because what he saw was not about all of these villainy stereotypes in the anti-white narrative, but about love, hope, and redemption that embraces and invites everyone of all immutable characteristics to help us put a stop to anti-whiteism. One sticker. Are you worth one sticker to do that much good? One leaflet? One comment at a bus stop? The next time you think you're not powerful, I want you to think about this. The next time you think that you can't do any good and you really begin to believe it, I want you to slap yourself in the face and think about this. One act is all this took. What will your single act do for our people? What will your 100th act do for our people? What will your 1,000th act do for our people? It only takes one. When are you going to get started? I want everybody an enormous round of raucous emojis. From here, let them hear it in Washington, D.C., Hollywood, and New York City. A celebration for whoever this champion was, who took the number of seconds or minutes, designed this, ordered it, posted it. How much time did that actually take to do the amount of good it did? You never know where your one act is going to lead. My deepest love to whoever this champion was, and to every single one of you, Even when, like me, you fold up that leaflet, you put it under the wiper where you're allowed to do so, or in that newspaper part on the mailbox where you're allowed to do so, or you post that sticker where you're allowed to do so, and then no one sees it. But God and you know that you were there that day and that you are putting all of who and what you are into a most glorious endeavor. And that for the rest of those days, whatever they might be, counted in your life, you will be among the heroes. God bless you, brother or sister. God bless you. Let's get on, folks. I'm running out of voice. I'm so fired up, I don't care. I will talk through no voice. You all know that. I can think of all of our ancestors who went out, who gave their lives. I talk about in Crucible, about how when I was in the true story, Crucible, when I was in junior high school and I didn't know which direction I was going to go, I had this voice that kept saying, you cannot cave to this anti-whiteism. You just cannot do it. And then I had all of those desires pulling me the other direction. But you're a star athlete. But you're really good at school. You want to hold on to all those friends you have. You have this new desire to have the girls say your name and want to talk to you. You don't even know why you had this desire. And I kept having that voice that kept coming back to me saying, no, it is wrong. It is immoral. It is ignoble to behave that way. And I, by providence or chance or whatever it might be, came across those papers I didn't even know existed about the enlistment and then the death certificate of one of my relatives who fought in the cavalry for the Confederate States of America, dying just moments practically before the end of the war, fighting the entirety, immediately joining to defend his country. And they were those men who marched forward from the United States down into the Confederate States of America. They were heroes too. They didn't gain anything that the politicians and the moneyed people gained out of that invasion. But I think about that man who left his wife and children behind and joined the cavalry because he had a horse. And back then, maybe you remember, if you stole someone's horse, you were executed. That's how important horses were to life. So he took the family horse and went to war. And I think about him. And I think about, by God in heaven, is there anything that can keep me from shouting my voice out, from fighting with every ounce of fiber I have? Not a damn thing on earth. And this all the way back to our champions who rode with Charles Martel, who stood at the gates of Thermopylae, who fought on all sides of those conflicts when we shouldn't have fought each other. Nothing. And I don't accept anything else from anyone else. This is the place where champions are made. This is the place where heroes make it into the fairy tales. And I will gladly stand shoulder to shoulder with those who will make of their lives heroes. Let's get into Ruination Media's comment on this gentleman or lady who posted that sticker. An awesome victory, the great Porridge writes from down under. I'm sure this isn't the first time Torba has had concerns for white well-being. It's probably the first time in his life he has seen a solution expressed in a way that he can agree with, and also feels comfortable letting the entire world know it. No doubt, millions of people feel the same, and Torba has the ability to reach them, all because of that one person and that one deed. He also has connections to some of the biggest influencers like Mark Dice and PJW. If you ever wondered if it's worth putting up a sticker, there's your answer. The mysterious sticker guy or gal has done a lot more for white well-being than many of the most prolific content creators. And it's thanks to Jason's message, our message. A huge win for us. God bless you, lovely Porridge. A brilliant Westman down under. A brother whom I cannot wait to throw my arms around. And I don't care if that guy is 500 pounds. I'm going to pick him up and swing him around. I'll get to work on more deadlifts if that's what it takes. What about white fragility, folks? I'm going to command my voice to come back. What about white fragility? Have you encountered this? This MP, this meme pathogen? Have you handled it before? Have you fumbled it? Has it gone really bad for you? Admit it. Admit it in the live chat or in the thread. That's the best thing to do here. No one, I'm not going to believe if you say that the anti-whites came at you with white fragility and you shut them down by saying that you were the villain in their story and then they didn't know what to say. You're not fooling anybody. You're revealing a low IQ, but you're not fooling anybody. Have you dealt it? Are you going free? And have you dealt with it appropriately in a way that you deduced by way of going free was the best way to handle white fragility, or one of various ways in our story to handle the meme pathogen white fragility? All of your questions and comments after the break, I will come back and address those. Anything you might be saying now, so please make a copy if you're afraid of it scrolling off, or if you're afraid of it scrolling away, move it on over to Entropy and put it in the question widget or Talk Kevin widget over there, where it will stay unless you or I delete it. White fragility. It is a favorite, and it is particularly a favorite of anti-whites. It is particularly insulting because you are being, especially if you're a male, because you're saying you're being called fragile. They're saying that you break easily. Well, there are hidden premises there. When you remain in the anti-white narrative, you are defeated by those hidden premises. There is a psychological component, as is the case with all meme pathogens, that is hidden there for those who don't have the eyes to see. It's the same psychological component that the anti-whites use when they use the MP homophobic or xenophobic. And they get our people to fall for it again and again. Essentially, they say, this is what the anti-white is saying. When they're saying that you are afraid, phobia, afraid, or fragile, in both cases, and there are more, but we're not going to go through everything today, at least. Essentially, what the anti-white is saying, that they are judging you, and you have to jump and do dog tricks for them to their liking. You have to prove to them that you are X, that you are not afraid, that you are not fragile, by allowing yourself as a Westman to be victimized. You never submit yourself ever to their judgments, to their measurements, to their yardsticks, to their metrics. They jump when we say jump. When we say sit, they sit. We are the ones who determine when they are not anti-white anymore. Am I making myself clear? Here is an MC, a meme curative for this MP that you can mold, you can manipulate, you can make into whatever you want, use it verbatim, change it a little bit for the circumstance, maybe for the way you talk. You're just fragile. This is white fragility, the anti-white would say. Maybe your subconscious mind is saying it to you right now, because that's where these MPs sit. So that first person you have to speak with is you. It's not fragility, it's self-defense. It's not fragility, it's self-defense. And you don't want Westmen to defend themselves because you are anti-white. The MC is. It's not fragility, it's self-defense. And you don't want Westmen to defend themselves because you are anti-white. You have them then by the short hairs on the tops of their heads. You have them then. And you maintain that position, because by maintaining that position, they are the bad guy. They are the ones who have to defend themselves. They are the ones who have to explain why you should not defend yourself and Western kind against their superstitions, their anti-white superstitions, their anti-white specious arguments, their anti-white baseless allegations. You then decide how high they jump, how quick they sit. And given that most of them are quite unlovely, when you tell them to sit, you can add Fido.
Excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. cannot be made for a grievance never committed. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. Hollywood isn't history. Hollywood isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Woo! That was Luke Mason. Man, that guy can rock, can he? Imminent rain. Promethean hails so hard, as he likes to say. Trying to get my voice back. We'll make it happen. Very excited. Can't help myself, right? I can't help myself. There could be one of you here with me, and I would be like, you'd be like, Jason, you're 5 feet from me. You don't have to yell. But that's how excited I am. So I would probably supply you with some hearing protection. But you know what? I mean, it just comes from the spirit of the West, and it comes from having worked so hard for something. I acted like this when I aced exams and outwitted anti-white professors. I acted like this when in the final seconds of, in fact, I've got a poster I'm going to show you all, I think next week. In the final seconds of countless, it seems like, games, sports, where in the closing seconds or when even time had run out, I won the game for the team. That's a reality. People do that. I'm not the only one, but I was one of those. And the reason I was able to do it was because I had a team that I worked with and celebrated them. And so, you know what? Probably some of them threw blocks that they wouldn't ordinarily throw. Because they liked that guy who was running down the field with the football, and they were going to go ahead and throw their body out there to knock the defender down so that he couldn't get to me, because they knew that their effort was going to be celebrated as much as mine. In fact, more by me. That was always the case. I have these great videos of linemen coming up to give me a hug, and this one, unbelievable. He's so gigantic. When he comes up to give me a hug in the end zone, he runs all the way down the field to give me a hug in the end zone. And when he came up to hug me, it wasn't a hug like this. No, he had to hug me like this. My shoulders were under his arms. But you better believe I love that guy. Get behind him, nobody could see me. But let's jump into what you all are saying. And we'll jump right over to entropy. And I see we have 3 financial gifts over there. And I will check over on Cash App as well. I will refresh to see if there are any financial gifts with comments or not there. See what you all are saying. We have the great, honorable, and heroic Yiz the Eunuch, who was just on tap and did a magnificent job. Everybody loves this lady. We are going to have, I swear, I think it was, who was it? Who was it that wrote, was it Reptile? I only briefly saw this. So I think it was Reptile that said Yiz as a noun is going to end up, it's going to mean somebody who does great deeds. And this woman, I would like to see that happen. $5 financial gift. And she writes, I've had 2 people tell me since tap yesterday that it was my presence on other creators' streams that led them to going free. I hope I inspire everyone to share our powerful lexicon and invite others to go free as well. White positivity forever, and a little white heart emoji. God bless you, sweet sister. I'm going to spin you around as well. Thank you so much for all of the good work you're doing. Folks, if you want to look to champions, if you want to look to what a great hero looks like today, they don't play the villain of any type, not just ant-nat, nitwittery, but of all of the different types of villains that people can play. There are villain roles in the anti-white narrative that carry a Christian moniker. Of course, that's not a genuine Christian. A Catholic moniker, not a genuine Catholic. a pagan moniker, not a genuine pagan, what we would refer to as those things. There are many types of villain roles for white people to fill in the anti-white narrative. They don't look like that. A hero in our story looks like Yiz, looks like Slots, looks like Mike, who in Australia is telling the story of our people in South Africa. They look like Lovely Porch. They look like Raymond Van Buskirk. They look like Raymond Foster. This is what heroes look like today. They are doers. They are not lifelong learners. They are people who, in the spirit of our greatest, take the information that we have, learn what we can, and then they go out and they build Western civilization. This has been usurped, but nothing can take our hearts away from us for good. This will be a victory that will be sweeter than every other when we conquer the sickness in Western kind. And Yiz is on the forefront of making that happen. God bless you. Hey, Andrew, if you want to have a show, a regular show on Gab, Yiz the Eunuch would be a top-notch host for a regular show on Gab TV or whatever. And what's the other one by the My Pillow guy? If he's watching again, if he's watching, and drop a little hints. If he's watching, I know you have your channel, your platform. Yiz the Eunuch would make a great host. Give this lady some script writers, have Going Free and Form It All, the entire lexicon and dialectic, nice studio, and put her on the air and pay her. TJ, $25. Let's get a big round of applause for TJ with a $25 financial gift. Thank you so much, good brother. Some happy emojis. TJ says, TJ, Sweden, for continued work for white well-being all over the world. So TJ, I guess TJ is saying that you are in Sweden. And I know that we have had, did you distribute leaflets in Sweden? We have had leaflets for Going Free, folks. I don't know if you know this. Distributed almost every single country. And we've had leaflets distributed in Monte Carlo. And I said that if you do this again, next time you do this, you have to send a photograph of the Going Free leaflets, no white guilt leaflets, on the windshields of the exotic supercars outside of the cafes where, as soon as I look at it, I feel like I'm going to have to saw a limb off just to be able to walk in the front door. They have been distributed. So Sweden, beautiful country for our people. A great hue, a beautiful, magnificent hue of Western civilization in Sweden. I can't wait to visit one of these days. Wonderful. TJ in Sweden, $25 financial gift says for continued work for white well-being all over the world. And we have a wonderful leaflet in Swedish and in English, I think, as well, maybe on the website that created by maybe TJ. I don't know. Let's see. Unscottable. Let's get a round of applause for Unscottable as well. Financially gifting $25. $25. And writing, I am proud to be going free. And it is about time I folk tithe. Godspeed to you, Jason. And we continue in our work to defeat anti-whiteism. Amen to you. Thank you for having that honor to step up and to financially gift what you know that you're getting something from for no charge. It's natural for our people. It's unnatural for our people to get something for nothing. We don't like it. And so thank you, though, for stepping up and financially gifting Big salute to you. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for going free and improving yourself and your family and those in your circles and helping us now on the larger scale as well. God bless you, brother. Yiz back again, $3 more. And she writes this time, you ain't the only one, Jason. When I get excited or fired up about stuff, I hoot and holler like Yosemite Sam. Sometimes I even scare my husband with my noisy positivity. I would love to see that. That would be a hell of a lot of fun. Seeing Yiz get all fired up about more successes. That's one. But folks, you don't have to be as prolific or reach as many people as Yiz has reached already in all these different areas that she has done it. In IRL and shutting down an exhibit that was white erasing our people. You don't have to do all of that. Maybe all you need to do is put up one magnet. And then maybe somebody who has immense power or far more power than we have, more wealth and more connections, ends up seeing it. And the world changes a whole lot more because of your little deed. Simon JJ, a great champion here all the time and wonderful to see you, brother. 15 pounds. 15 pounds from the UK. Thank you. He writes, I love the energized streams you give us. Nobody else could have brought us this far. Well, God, that's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I get fired up. I really get fired up. Maybe I should dig out. I was a sophomore in high school, and there was a big divide between junior varsity and varsity. I can't, what do we have, like 3,000 students? So, I mean, it was gigantic. So big divide from the football team between junior varsity and varsity athletes. And so you didn't play unless there was a hole that needed to be filled on the varsity level. You just we're not permitted to do so. The varsity athletes were better, the juniors and seniors typically. But during the practices, I was able on what's called the scrub kickoff return. So that's where you get out guys who really don't care about kickoff return, and the starting varsity kickoff team would kick off to us during practice, and I was the returner. It was one of my specialties in sports. And I was running the ball back 35, 45 yards a carry on kickoff returns, unheard of, especially with the scrub return team, and even taking it to the house to the touchdown. And the coaches going nuts over the fact that the starting varsity team could not stop the sophomore returning the kickoff with the scrub kickoff return team. So they had a big game coming up, and they got a little worried, the coaching staff. They decided to pull one of the seniors or juniors off the field, off the roster, to tack me on. They came and told me. They said, you're going to be you're going to be at the varsity game. You're not going to play, but you're going to be there, which was huge. Like I said, this wasn't like a small school where it was a kind of a diaphanous divide. This was rigid, like the kind of wall we always wanted on the border and never got. It was like that. And I was stunned, especially because the senior football players, some of them were giant monsters. Anyhow, we got out there, and the game was televised, and the game was rolling along, and we were not doing great. Our team was losing, and the opposition had scored again, so they were going to have to kick off to us. If you know American football, when the opposition scores, they have to kick the football off to you. And so this time, though, the head coach getting nervous, getting desperate because things weren't going. And by the way, the kickoff returner was a very talented senior, non-white guy, not a bad guy, very talented, fast. I was a little faster, but very talented, fast. And he went on to play college football as well. Can't remember where he was recruited to play. But anyhow, head coach said, you are, I almost just said the kid's name. You're out and Jason's returning. So out of nowhere, with the television cameras rolling, I had to step up, and I was not expecting it. The return team had to get in a huddle on the sidelines, and they had zero respect for me. Zero. Because I was this sophomore. I was also a white guy who did not tolerate anti-whiteism. And there were a lot of people on that team, white and non-white, who were anti-white. And so they didn't respect that either. Didn't like me at all. And so anyhow, they huddled up at the sideline. The senior stepped away, and I had to step up because for us, the kickoff, the guy returning the ball all the way in the back led the huddle and called the play. So I stepped up to this huddle of these guys, big, and they were all in front of me. The ones in front bent down, so there were 10, bent down and with their hands on their knees so that the ones behind could see over them while I told them what the play was going to be. And the fire just flew into me. And I reached out and I slapped across the face mask one of the anti-white, non-white guys that disliked me the most. I hit him hard across the face mask. So his head really jerked. And there was a moment, a split second, where he was in total disbelief that I had just hit him across the face so hard, face mask so hard. And then I began to shout at them with the passion that I can feel. And I told them exactly what we were going to do. I told them what the play was, and that every one of them were going to sacrifice their bodies on that play, and that we were going to take it to the house. And they went from this look of being astonished and shocked to fired up as all hell. And we broke that huddle louder than a kickoff return team had ever broken a huddle on those sidelines. And we got out there on that field. And the kicker for their team, he ended up playing kicker at D1 level college football, one of the big names that you'd recognize. And I was all the way back, I think I was on the 5. And he kicked the ball so that I had to back up a bunch of steps, almost not able, I was shocked, catching it in the end zone on my right shoulder pad. It almost went over me. And I pulled it in, and there was no way I was kneeling that football, ladies and gentlemen. I was on fire. And so was the team I was playing on. And I streaked down that field like a missile. And guys were throwing their bodies in front of the defenders left and right. They were hammering into me. They were swiping at the ball. They were trying to tackle me. We didn't make it to the house, but I brought that ball all the way back to their 45-yard line before they finally pulled me down. In the stands, which probably had about, I don't know, thousands, 5,000, went crazy. That is what we are going to do with white well-being. There's no stopping us. This is a team that is going to recapture our destiny. Everyone is important. Everyone is amazing who puts their best foot forward. Let me swivel around here and see if we have anything on Cash App. It looks like Cash App is blank, that I haven't missed anybody yet. And I will also take a quick look to see, as that loads, I'll look at you all. Dean is here. Lunder is here. The great Mrs. Jess Horst. Raymond Van Buskirk and Bartleby side by side. A big salute to those moderators. Jennifer P., great to see you. Odin Sire, magnificent name. Magnificent name. He says, I think Jason might be a warrior king incarnate. Well, that's a great thing to say. I really appreciate that. I was in sports and wherever it could manifest, it manifested. I think I told you all once before the story of it ended up being at a different varsity game. I was a sophomore, again playing later in the season, and I was in the backfield. I'd gotten tackled. I ran the football. It was a handoff to me. I think it was 4-hole, and we were in a wing T formation, 4-hole. I ran through, I don't know, it was maybe 5-6 yards before I got pulled down. And one of the opposition decided that he was going to, in the clump of bodies, that he was going to repeatedly punch me in the groin. And you could probably imagine what kind of guy this was. And of course, I was wearing protection. And so it wasn't doing me any harm, well, a little bit of harm, but not a lot. That's what it's for. No, well, not for somebody to intentionally try to do that. So I decided, even though this guy was an inside linebacker on defense, big, ugly, strong, I decided that I was going to beat his donkey senselessly, and he was going to have to watch. And so just going to beat that ass, and then he'd have to walk his donkey home. And I got up, I was able to swivel around, get up on top of him, and get the face mask up and get underneath that face mask and start doing a little work someplace where some difference could be made. Needless to say, I was angry, him trying to strike me where he was doing his best. And the officials pulled me off of him. And the official said to me, yelling, got right in my face. The official said, one more time, 33, one more time, and you are thrown out of this game and the next one. And I said, what do you mean one more time? This is the first fight. And he said, I was here last week. And he must have been. There was a fight I'd gotten in that previous week as well. Western Renaissance is here. Great to see you. Promethean Healing. Great to see you. Anglo-America. Wonderful, wonderful. Art Acrobats. Hair Skull. Fit and healthy at any age. First Last. That great champion. Approved, a certifiable genius and nut. Love that guy. Great to see him here. Elaine Sabatino, the great champion of the beautiful stones that we were showing, making and doing so much good. Shauna Shaw, great to see you, sweet. The great Brant Danger, School of the West, a center of gravity all on his own, like Natorific, for example, making things happen, creating the new world that we want to live in. God bless you and great to see you, champion. John D., hello to you. The great Azimuth Clark is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you. Hey, if you are here, you're up late over there in the UK, I'm going to be jumping over in just a moment to this debate that Mark had where he just mopped the floor with, what was this guy? This called himself a civic nationalist. We have to talk about it, share a few thoughts. I did have this down here somewhere, and I don't know where it went. It's still here somewhere. So we'll get to that, and then you all can get to bed. I'm sure you are curious. Any thoughts I might have on that? Southern Daily News is here. The magnificent Kevin. Wonderful to see you. Who else? William Runner. The stars have come out. Art is Life. Great to see you. Coconut. Hello, sweet lady. I got your package. And we will be talking about that when we go through the mailbag. Another Angry Hobo channel is with us. Mark Freeman. Masumi Rabbit, hello to you. Welcome. Catherine is here. Wonderful. Welcome to you. Great to see you. Austin is here. Fantastic gentleman. Great servant to white well-being. Spider is here. Hello. Hello. Welcome. James Smith. Mark Freeman. Folks, if you know anybody else who could benefit by going free, and everybody can, sometimes it's a literal financial profit when you start going free. Slots is a great example. We had another. Who was the other example from last week? We've had so many examples of people who have benefited in so many different ways by going free. Because as a white person, you are uniquely infected with mean pathogens that undermine your potential, undermine your discipline, undermine your view of the world. If you don't understand the world, you can't navigate through it no matter how smart you are. Or you could navigate better if you understand the world. Just think, if you have success, how much further you could go. Well, we have people who have gotten promotions and raises and bettered their businesses, improved their sales, all because they're going free. Well, that can't be true, Jason, says the pretty-faced loser to some of the older guys that have money that he's trying to run off. That can't be true. Those people, well, it's happening. It is true. Just because you did not come up with it doesn't mean it can't happen. Stop being so jealous. I bought in high school when I set the rushing record for the season. When I set that record, I think my average carry was like 7 yards a carry, something crazy. I bought with the meager money I had. Yes, it was not real gold. It was just metal painted gold looking, but they were gold bracelets, and they had this, and they had a flat part, and then it had the name of each lineman. Everybody on the line got one. Why? Because I knew how I got down the field. If they didn't make the blocks, I didn't go anywhere. So stop being so jealous. Just contribute where you can contribute. Great to see so many champions here today. And let's get a big round of applause for Quebec, who just financially gifted $55 over here on Cash App. God bless you, Quebec. First one to show up over on Cash App. Of course, it had to be the great Quebec. Always a champion for white well-being. I tell you, if excitement could make you levitate, I'd be in the clouds. And those pilots would be calling in. There's something. Are you seeing this on radar? I don't think he has any balloons attached to him. I don't think he's drinking any Red Bull. I don't know how he's airborne. Fit at any age. Fit and healthy at any age. Financially gifted. $5. Greetings, my friend. Could you pick up where you left off the other day and detail the best way to approach vagues about going free? Is there a script to follow? Something prepared others have used? That is a great question. And please jump over into the question widget, because there are so many different scenarios where you're going to be confronted with somebody who is brand new, who might know a little bit, who might be explicitly white sympathetic, implicitly white sympathetic. What kind of people are you talking to? Help me out a little bit so that I can target the response to best suit you, brother. You don't have to financially gift. Again, thank you so much for your financial gifts. And for the question, that's going to be a question that helps everybody. But I'd like to know exactly what you are faced with so that I can help you where you are today. Let me see if I can pull up for all of you in the UK and on the continent of Europe who are ready to go to bed, and they're saying, why won't this guy just go ahead and talk about Mark? Let's see, where is it? What was this called? Oh, it was Jeremy Poole. Let's go ahead and pull that up. We'll see, I guess. You're going to have to tell me, because I don't remember if you're able to hear me. I'll probably pause it. So give me a thumbs up or a yes, we can hear you right now so that I know that you're still able to hear me, because there's a change I have to make in the software so that you can hear them. And I don't know if you can hear me. So can anybody hear me? Wolf Shield Alliance is here. Great to see you. Dean says, when was this? They debated yesterday. And during my pre-tap rocking out, I turned them on live, and I was commenting a little bit to the things that were being said. And okay, El Ronder, great to see you, brother. And thank you for getting back to me first, second, third, maybe it looks like, letting me know. Thank you all for the feedback. Alleluia is here. Rory is here. Great to see you, brother. And remember, if you want to call, you are first today, if you are still up. Hey, the great Jared George is with us, and so is Ruination Media. Lovely Portia. I knew I felt the earth quaking. I saw when I swiveled back around this way, I saw the surface of the water in my glass here. You can't see it now, just trembling a little bit. And in the once great state of Virginia, I knew that that was abnormal, unless two colossal champions had shown up at the same time, and there they are. Simon JJ says audio is great. Adrian is here. Thank you so much. So I brought it up and I talked about it a little bit. Monty, great to see you, brother, is here. And I figured if you all had any questions specifically about this debate for these two guys, our one beloved leader at PWR, Mark Collett, of course, no stranger to you all, Jeremy Poole, a stranger to me and maybe to many of you. If you had questions about that debate, comments you'd like for me to speak to, get those in right now so that we can address them. We are coming up to the bottom of the hour. 6:30 just struck p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the once great state of Virginia, across the river from Mordor, flaming on the Potomac, metaphorically, with very senile man living in a White House. Not the White House, of course. I'm talking about some other White House that is in D.C., a house that is white, a very senile person. So if you have any comments or questions, please share them now. Maybe there's some fallout you want to share, but tag me. I can see you on D Live if you tag me. I can see the folks over there. Mix Steels is there with us. Hello to you. And Bored Troll, whom I hope is not bored right now. And we have folks watching over there on Odysee. And I want to give a thank you to, let's see, I guess the new one here is Sloths, who gave 50 tokens, 50 tokens, library tokens. I thank you for that, brother. Tag me over there if you have a question or comment, folks. Looks like, oh, okay. Looks like I've got a, and forgive me, I have to learn Odysee, but it looks like El Ronder has also given 0.5 of a token and 0.2 of a token, and has some questions. NWG, could you do a reaction video to Christopher Rufo appearance on something called the Black News Channel? I see a lot of frauds in how he, is that what it says there? Where he tried to counter critical race theory, or flaws maybe, might even be a potential danger based on his individualism approach. Wow. Great find, El Ronder. The biggest opposition party here in Germany, AfD, is using the verbiage, he goes on, of going free. Also, more and more. I'm going to read that again. The biggest opposition party in Germany is using the verbiage of going free, more and more, to counter what the anti-whites, it's anti-whiteism. He writes here, anti-whiteism, what the anti-whites call intersectionalism, that has arrived and been established here in Germany now as well. I could do a translation of some speeches in front of the parliament if you like. Yes, that would be fabulous. So we have an opposition party in Germany using the lexicon and dialectics of going free. Now, you know what's going to happen with many folks, not saying that these folks at this opposition party are going to say this, But that oh no, they just made up everything. You know that's going to happen. That's fine. That's fine. We just keep on making it happen. We just keep making it happen. Keep being the source, because people who don't create, when people just co-opt and they don't direct others to the source, they don't have anything to give more on top of it that is further and more derived from the source. They then lead people astray. We have to keep creating so that people will find their way to the source of what works and the application of the scientific method that we use here for all of the great ideas that pour in and that will be included in the subsequent iterations and editions of Go Free. It's just getting better, folks. This is the beginning of such a glorious morning in the West. Now, a reaction video to Christopher Rufo. I will have to look this up. Could you send me the link to the appearance of his so that I could look it up and see exactly what he's saying? Radical individualism is cancer. We'll have to absolutely address that. Thank you, El Ronder. Thank you for being over there on Odysee. And a big hello to everybody there, and a big hello to everybody on D Live as well. Let's roll. At this point in their so-called debate, I don't call these debates, as you all know, but Mark has just given a brilliant opening, and we are now going to hear what this Poole guy had to say in response. His opening statement, I guess in a way, a rejoinder ultimately, but let's hear what he had to say.
Mute. Hello. Thank you, Mark. Pleasure to hear from you. Yeah. Now, I'm Jeremy Poole. Those who are on Wake Up UK know what I stand for and where I come from, because I said, and those who follow me on BitChute and other channels also know it. I do not believe in ethno-nationalism.
Okay, first thing I want to say is that this guy has started off really badly. Well, we're comparing him to Mark. So Mark is, as far as I know, and you all can correct me, and can everybody still hear me and they could hear them? Let me know. It doesn't get any louder than that. So I hope you can hear them. But I believe Mark is undefeated in debates. So if that's correct, if I'm wrong, then tell me, but I believe that that's correct. Of course, I moderated one debate between Mark and a person that was an escapee of an insane asylum. Maybe I should show that really quickly.
Learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's in movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean.
How sweet. How sweet. Anyhow, let's keep rolling. And it looks like you all can hear me. And let's see what it is. He started off terribly already, so it doesn't look good for Jeremy. I didn't get to see this part of it. I was getting ready for the show. So let's roll.
I believe in civic nationalism as opposed to ethno-nationalism.
What is exactly does that mean? I don't believe in, he says, ethno-nationalism, but he does believe in civic national. Believe that it does what? Believe that it exists? Believe this is why, I mean, you're going to see when you listen to me talk about these sorts of things. And I was told that I should do more of this sort of thing because of, I don't know. It works.
And I'm going to explain why here.
Okay, go for it.
The main reason is civic nationalism can act as a shared aspiration for all of the community.
Did he say, some folks will have to help me out with the accent. Did he say a shade aspiration. And I'm not sure if that is slang. What does that mean? A shade aspiration. Let's get a round of applause for Mark with another victory over what I saw was clearly an easy victory, and what people told me after the fact said, I just crushed him. A round of applause for Mark Collett, folks. Always going out there, brave guy, having these debates and mopping the floor with people who really don't like white people. But what's supposed to happen here is, okay, I'm told that it's a shared aspiration. A sheer aspiration? Most people are saying shared. Okay. What I want to say first, though, is that this is supposed to be a debate, I guess, and people can help me with this. It's supposed to be a debate of ethno-nationalism versus abstraction nationalism? Is that what it is supposed to be? So in Going Free, a civic nationalist is an abstractionist. It's just the ideas, folks. Nothing else matters. So there's no reason to break them down into these different varieties. It's just you're an abstractionist if the biosphere doesn't matter, just the ideas matter. Biosphere can be anybody, ideas, that's all that matters. Where the ideas came from doesn't matter. That's an abstractionist. Idiot, too. You can call them that, an idiot. So what exactly is it, and how exactly or what are they saying? Are they saying which is a better which is better for what outcome? Which is better for what is that what they're asking in this debate? Like, what's the outcome? Better for the nation? Well, then you are asking a question about the definition of the word nation. Better for the country? Is that what the question is? Are they arguing that Mark's arguing that ethno-nationalism is better for the country, and Jeremy is arguing that abstraction nationalism is better for the country? Is that what's being argued? I'm not sure. You all can tell me. Fill me in. So shared aspiration. So what he said was shared. Let me listen to that again.
Civic nationalism can act as a shared aspiration for all of the community.
A shared aspiration for all of the community. So an idea, a collection of ideas. This is what he's saying. And you can't have so already his premise is that people can't have a shared aspiration if the focus is on the well-being of white people. So that immediately is an anti-white position, because people can indeed, of all races, all immutable characteristics, can support and do support the well-being of Western kind. So he's saying, not only does he have an anti-white position, he is saying that non-white people have an ipso facto anti-white position. That if you say to non-white people in a white country, a country founded by white people, a country that's created by the biospirit of the West, what he's saying is that non-white people are not going to endorse, support, preserve, etc., because it is of Western kind. That's what he has just said. Already, the guy has, how many words has he said? A dozen?
Civic nationalism has a political rather than ethnic base.
Wow. We're starting off just, this guy is incandescent. That's not a light over his head. That's just his brains, how bright they are. Saying that civic nationalism and ethno-nationalism are different things. It's kind of the unspoken thing. That's why you two are having this debate. But his watch does actually match his shirt, which is really interesting. Look at the band there, and it's dark green. He's got a little dark green there. He was able to put that together. Let's see what else he has to say.
A nation of equal rights, and I mean equal rights.
A nation of equal rights, and he means equal rights. Well, what is that? Of course, for an anti-white, equal rights means preferential treatment for non-white people at the expense of white people, at the cost of white people, at the ruination of white people. You have to give them, non-white people, you have to undermine white people, and the excuse here is to give non-white people a leg up, and they have to be given a leg up, pretexting, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized. Do you see how easy it is to just eviscerate. I have already pulled the guts out of this. This guy's running around without his entrails.
For everyone. Patriotism and common citizenship for all those who prescribe to the nation.
Okay, again, he's saying that non-white people can't be patriotic. I'm not saying it. Mark's not saying it. Jeremy Poole, because that's what he's squatting in after already getting eviscerated. He is saying that non-white people can't be patriotic, that they can't feel a part of the nation unless we are harming white people. And of course, if you are ignoring the well-being of a group of people that are being harmed by the policies that are in place, then the intention there, the effect there, the outcome there is to be part of the infliction and want that harm and want that harm.
And for all those who aspire to be part of that nation. Britain has to be aspirational. We need people to
the UK is aspirational. White people, we do have aspirations. We once had aspirations. They've been robbed from us. And there are plenty of aspirations for non-white people living in our country called the countries, the United Kingdom, effectively. They do have a lot of aspirations. They're given it all the time. They're told to have great pride, as they are all around planet Earth.
Aspire to be British. British people and people who want to come and make the nation greater. The people we allow in need to...
Okay, there's another anti-white presupposition. I can tell you right now, Mark is like in the verge of just wanting to, metaphorically, of course, tickle Poole over on his side. I mean, he just wants to just tickle him outrageously. Let me listen to that again.
Can be people who want to come and make the nation greater. The people we...
Okay, so the non-white people coming into the country are making the nation greater. They make the nation better, is what Poole says. And why is that? Well, because everybody is equal in the anti-white narrative, except non-white people are better at everything.
We allow in need to come because they want to be part of a great nation, not because they want to change. Because they...
He said the people who come in need to come in because they want to be part of a great nation, not because they want to change it. Well, the obvious, for the totality of this guy's life, I don't know, I'm guessing he's probably... who knows, 50, 55, 60, 65. I don't know how old this guy is. But for the entirety of his life, they have been coming into the UK and the US and Canada, all over, and changing the landscape to suit their biosphere. Perfectly expected, natural. Once they have numerical courage, they begin changing things. That's the way it is. So right now, he is dissimulating by saying, well, they need to come in and not. So he's saying something for him that's convenient at the moment, because he knows that there are going to be people there that are going to be looking at him with squinted eyes, waiting to see, well, where's the lie? Where's he going to deceive me? So he's saying that, well, they're not going to change anything. Just, I mean, could you imagine being so lame? Could you imagine having your head so far up your donkey that you think that sort of dissimulation, that sort of fibbing is going to work on anybody anymore? This guy is trapped in 30 years ago when anti-whites used to say, no, that's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Nothing will change. I mean, give me a break. How does this piss pool not know this?
They want to, in the words of John F. Kennedy, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
In the words of Kennedy, they've got to come. I know what kind of test. I guess Piss Pool is going to be there and it's going to be this, hey, on your Scout's honor, you want to ask not what the country is going to do for you, but what you are going to do for the UK. And here's the paperwork where you sign up for public benefits. Here's where you get on to that free health care. And here's the business that's going to hire. It's going to hire you because they are legally able to not hire white people. Great, piss pool. Let's go on. Does this look at? He's got shelves of books. He's got shelves. You know what I think? He uses them at the dinner table to reach the table. He uses them when he drives. He sticks them under his rear to get him up high enough to be able to see the road. That's what he does. He's obviously not reading any of them, or they're written by people who are just as vacuously brained as he is. I think he has pulled his hair too tight. What do you all think? I think his man bun is probably just a tad too tight, and he has lost the ability to think.
And sovereignty, if I pronounce sovereign.
Is he trying to say sovereignty? Is that an accent or?
Is with the people in civic nationalism, whereas
sovereignty is with the people who use civic nationalism. Has he had a stroke in the middle of this debate? Look at Mark's face. Look at Mark's face. Mark is like thinking the same thing. Did he just have a stroke? And he looks like where I paused it. Like he did have a stroke.
In ethno-nationalism, it's against a lot of the people. It's for the totalitarian elite, the control.
Okay. Now, this is part of the anti-white narrative. And this is why I do not recommend using ethno-nationalism or white nationalist or anything of this nature. Mark knows what it means. His audience knows what it means. You all might know what it means, but the general public knows what Pisspool knows. They think ethno-nationalism means totalitarianism. So he's revealing to you what you need to know about the general population. He is saying what he's saying because he knows the general population will, in bovine agreement, they will just nod. Yes, that's exactly what ethno-nationalism means. That's why you have to be cognizant of your projection of who and what you really want to make sure that your brothers and sisters are seeing you for what you are and not for a character in the anti-white narrative.
I don't want apartheid. I don't want exclusion for Britain.
He just said he doesn't want apartheid. Is that what it was? Is this a legitimate accent? Or is he drunk? What is this on the wall here? Are these drawings done by his children or him? I'm just curious. I don't know. Maybe he has children. He probably does. But I mean, he's got like a little stick figures up there in the top right-hand corner. I don't know. I mean, I think maybe I could see, can't you see Pisspool like out in the atrium and he's surrounded by a bunch of, I don't know, psychedelic plants, and he's got like a little easel and he's drawing his stick figures in there, pontificating to, I don't know, what is it? What is the fly trap, the Venus flytrap in the atrium with him about ethno-nationalism?
Britain has to be a country that people aspire to in the long term. Believe in it, and the Britishness will grow. It will grow and we'll get back into the top position in the world.
Okay. He just made a claim about Britishness growing in someone. That is simply impossible. You cannot be what you are not. You need to have the biospirit of the West to create the UK. I have it in me, but these people that Jeremy is talking about do not have it in them. That doesn't mean that they're not good people. That doesn't mean they can't come in and be productive. Without doubt, some of them do. And be good members of society, contributors, without doubt. But the reality is they come in, and when they reach numerical courage, they change the landscape. It has taken place his entire life. Not a day has been missed in his entire life where that wasn't apparent. And then he says that Britain will then reclaim some lost position. Why was the position lost? Has the position improved since you've had this inundation of people with different biospirits? The position has not improved. It has worsened. So, Piss Pool, all you have to do is look at the graph and see that if we get more of this, we'll get more of that. It's that simple. So he's also admitting, for those who are not aware, that in the anti-white narrative, his belief system, that non-white people, again, everybody's equal, but they're better. So if they come in, could you imagine actually trying to make this I'm surprised he's not in some sort of yogic, pretzelized position right now trying to make this argument. I think he could do it, honestly. He probably does do some kind of weird yoga out naked in the sun or something in his backyard, and the police have probably been called. The constables have been called several times, and his neighbors. It's probably like the most widely heard thing in his neighborhood. Put on your clothes, Jeremy. Nobody wants to see that. But he's making this argument that you don't improve the UK by having more of the people who produce the UK. You improve the UK by bringing in people who are not Westmen and then having them absorb Britishness and manifest Britishness so that Britain can reclaim some sort of lost privileges and rank. And my gosh. Now, I am now certain that the stick figures are drawn by Piss Pool.
Quote, not a great person to quote, but Mussolini said about race.
Hold on. Now this is weird. He got my attention and Mark's attention.
Feeling, not the reality. 95% of nothing will ever make me believe biologically pure races can be shown to exist.
It's today. A feeling, it's not real.
Has no need of the delirium of race.
It's a feeling.
To open a few minds and win a few hearts as well. Ethno-nationalism is motivated by, as Mark just said, from the last ice age, by primordial feelings, and civic nationalism, more rational and universal principles.
Rational and universal principle. Yeah, we're actually, you know what? We're tired of the irrationality of anti-whiteism and the universal principles that victimize us for the betterment of everyone else, for the benefit of everyone else. We're sick of that universality, Piss Pool. So we're ready to move beyond that. Why don't you defend that, Jeremy? Jeremy. Come on, Jeremy. Please go ahead and defend to us why, defend the position of why white people should continue to subscribe to the universal principles of this abstract civic nationalism, anti-whiteism that victimize us. Tell me why. Why should we be victimized? Why should white babies continue to be victimized so that non-white babies and non-white adults and everything else can get preferential treatment and special privileges? I would like Jeremy to defend that.
Civic nationalism can take us to a far, far better place.
Okay, prove that. We've had anti-whiteism for the totality of our lives, and things have been getting steadily worse. So, Jeremy, you make an extraordinary claim. You have to provide extraordinary evidence. I hope he doesn't get up and go to the bookshelf for evidence, because I'm pretty sure he's not wearing pants.
Ethnic nationalism and any mass group.
Let's see both hands, Jeremy.
Communism, fascism, neoliberalism, Black Lives Matters, they all aim to divide people by groups and create.
You are dividing people by groups. Jeremy, this is a perfect freeze frame for him, for how thick this Muppet is. He's making the charge that, these other ideologies, they divide people by groups, but not like civic nationalists when I'm dividing people by groups. Dardy.
In groups and out groups. And to have an in group, you have to have an out group. And the out groups will always come back and fight back. Division, hate, and killing. However well-intentioned, and I know from Mark's speech, it's the opposite of what he wants. We both want peace and happiness. But what I do not want for my kids is division.
He has kids.
What I want for my kids is a good life where they...
You have division in anti-whiteism. And the white ones are bad, according to this narrative, and the non-white ones are good. So you've got all your division.
Can be brought up in peace around them.
Yes.
And by discussing this today, I'm in no way agreeing with Mark's position, but that's the whole point of civic nationality, that we can discuss things and we can debate rather than exclude. And that's me for today. Mark, back to you. Thank you for listening.
Well, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. That opening was really remarkable. It really demonstrates. He's put all these books in the background. He's probably read them all. I don't know what his background is, but it really demonstrates that you can be a highly educated, supremely beautifully formed imbecile.
Well, ethnicity and nationalism are tied.
We might have to speed this up so I can move on.
Isn't an idea. If you bring millions, and what you're basically saying is that being British, you can be a British citizen, but only a small group of people can be indigenous to these islands, and they are.
You're mixing Britishness and indigenous Britain, and that's two separate things for me.
So let me ask you a simple question: would you be happy for the
Let me hear that again.
Small group of people can be indigenous to these islands, and they are.
You're mixing Britishness and indigenous Britain, and that's two separate things for me.
So let me ask you a simple question:
I can't understand him.
For the indigenous people of these islands to become a minority and be replaced by, let's say, Zulus. If all the Zulus coming here who were replacing the indigenous people all waved little plastic flags, drank English breakfast tea, sang God Save the Queen, and wore...
Okay, what the abstractionist will say here is, I don't want them to replace the people that are here. I just want them to be added so that we can be so much better by having all of the cultural norms of Zulu life and country added so that we can have this big multicultural, as they say, multiracial witch's cauldron that we could just stir the pot and boil all of the white people out of it. That's what he's going to say. That's what the civic nationalist, the abstractionist would normally say.
Three-piece suits and bowler hats. Would you be happy with that?
Well, that's not going to happen. But secondly,
isn't that nice? What an evasion. What an evasion. It is happening. It is happening for the totality of your life, Muppet Man. It is happening for the totality of your life. So you are just a liar. You are lying because you know that the ideology, anti-whiteism that you're advocating under the name of civic nationalism results in the white erasure of our people from our countries. And then just to make a flippant statement that, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. All right. How seriously dumb is Pisspool that he thinks that anyone could hear that and think, well, okay, yeah, it's not going to happen. How many major cities in the UK and in the US and in Australia, all around the world, towns and etc., where it has already happened our whole lives. It's not going to happen. Look, back to the atrium, Pisspool. Back to the atrium. We're going to move on in a minute. Let's see what else. And I'll take a look at what you all are saying.
People can't.
No. That is happening. That is happening.
I don't see
a minority by 2066.
I could completely disagree on that. That's following the overpopulation and demographic models that you look at. And I could quite easily look at those and take lies. Okay.
Now that is a great learning opportunity for all of us. Now, the vast majority of us are not going to be as good at debating as Mark Collett is, right? So when you bring, what have I told you all again and again when I think we even talked about it last week, right? About using data in our conversations to help people go free. What did I say last week? Does anybody remember? I know I said it last week. What did I say the anti-whites would say? What did I say the anti-whites would say? Whatever platform you were on, tag me and write it right now. What did I say anti-whites would say if you shared data with them? I think I said it several times last week. I like that. Biospirit of the West, calling him pool boy. I like that. I know he can't be a pool boy, though. Come on. Now, if you wanted a pool boy, I'm probably not young enough to be the pool boy anymore, but it definitely, let me tell you what, if you got yourself a pool boy and he looked like that, you would be definitely giving a 1 star or less than 1 star, no star rating to that company. This is what they sent out. Could you imagine Piss Pool in a little bathing suit, maybe a thong or something out there by the pool, and he's all flabby and muscleless, and he's like, "I'm just cleaning your pool." Boy, that is creepy, isn't it? That is a very creepy thought. I could see, moments later, police would tackle him and drag him off, and that's what would happen to Piss Pool. Oh, not a pool boy. Not a pool boy. In my younger days, oh yes. But Piss Pool, not a pool boy. Okay, does anybody remember? Did anybody get to what they would say? And this guy just said it. Just going to say, your facts are wrong. And it's over. So you just said, hey, I got these facts. I got all this data. It proves my position. Brilliant people have been using that tactic for a long time. And when you're an adroit debater like Mark Collett, you can work those things in. When you are trying to help people go free, don't bother. Don't bother with data, because they'll do what Piss Pool just did right now, who is now makes me think now, since we heard the pool boy, now we're going to have to never pee in the pool, kids. Never pee in the pool. And I think maybe that's what we have right now in this so-called debate. Jeremy has peed in the pool. And he's just denied the facts that Mark has shared. And he says he just doesn't believe them either.
These damn lies and statistics and say, okay.
Damn lies and statistics?
At the rate, there's other solutions to that apart from stopping people. I think we should stop the books, slow the people coming in, and only have people that are necessary coming in. No question on that, Mark.
Hold on. He just said he only wants to have people come in who are necessary to come in. Well, no one needs to come in. No one. You don't need a colossal population. You don't need an ever-expanding population. We had a tiny population during the Renaissance, and I said that yesterday. You do not need a massive population. In fact, a massive population destroys the natural environment.
I've got no question on that. But you have to give people something to lose. People are in this country, give them the feelingness of being British. And when they start to feel more British, they have less children. The population.
So make the non-white people feel more British. What a hollow-headed fool. How could you possibly make them feel more British? Are we not victimizing white people enough, Jeremy? How could you make the non-white people? How do we measure that? What's the metric for making non-white people feel more British? And how do we know that we've gotten there? The only thing that could technically make them feel more British is for there to not be any actual British people there anymore. The people who can create the UK. White people. Plenty of good non-white people there who are contributing and doing wonderful things in the UK. British citizens, paper Brits. No doubt about it. Not denying that. But you get rid of the people who create the UK, and then you have no more UK. So the only way to make non-white people feel more British, I mean, make them feel more taller. The only thing we have to do is just make them feel taller, Mark. If we can make them feel taller, then they will start behaving just like white people. And what is this anti-white saying here? Why can't they just behave like they want to behave, Jeremy? Why are you acting like? See, this is where he's trying to find some sort of a middle ground to manipulate Mark with. We can make them essentially be white, Mark, if they just And because it's only skin color.
History teaches us this.
And why not use the people who are actually here and who are actually Westmen? Why bring people in and to have to make them feel more British?
You just take the United States of America.
Okay, let's take
Irish
America.
People, they had massive families, and people hated them. They didn't want them. They no Irish in the bars. And then when they got accepted in the society,
no, people in America did not hate the Irish because they had massive families. Again, just a fiction to serve as anti-white narrative. There was conflict brought over from the long-standing issues that British people and Irish people had. And when it got to America, sentiment was still there. And so there was initially the friction because of that conflict that should be dropped. This is why we are going free and recognizing that, yes, there are past grievances. Yes, we all have different hues on Western civilization, but we all have one thing that unites us. That's the biospirit of the West. And that's how we're going to overcome those things. We don't have issues like this in the future. It had nothing to do with the size of the families of the Irish.
The population growth went down, and they became part of society. When the Italians went over, the same thing happened, and it happens over and over again.
Okay, this is where I remember this from yesterday. He's actually trying to make the argument. This fish-brained, spectacled Muppet is trying to make the argument that when people come into your civilization, when they come into your country, and I think we might have to stop it here and move on. This could be fun. We could go on this talking about this guy. We haven't even scratched the surface. I cannot believe Mark talked to him for this long. I bet you Mark had to flagellate himself at the end of this. Just even though it was a colossal victory, how could you talk with somebody like this for this long? He's actually trying to make the argument that, well, white people came over to this white country and they had big families at first, and then they had smaller families. Well, first of all, I'd like to see the data on the big families versus small families. But that's his thesis, the argument being that once they assimilated to America, they stopped having, once they had been in America long enough, they stopped having big families. Well, twit, piss pool, Mormons, the vast majority in the U.S., whom are white, have colossal families. Blacks and Jews have been with us in the United States. Blacks the entire time, Jews a little later. And depending on the different type of Jewish family and the particular practice of Judaism, colossal families. Blacks, very fecund. They're not having smaller families. So what this guy's actually doing, he's arguing something that is utterly specious. It is perfectly sophistical. And at the same time, he is saying that there is a problem. He doesn't want to say this. He's saying that there is a problem with these non-white people coming into the UK and having gigantic families. And that if you just make them feel at home, well, they'll start having smaller families. Why is that even an objective of yours, piss pool? Don't you want more of them? So obviously what he's doing here is this is just another feint and move in the deception that is anti-whiteism. Once you don't stop worrying. See, he believes himself to be reading Mark and then speaking to what Mark's concern, what he believes Mark's concern is going to be true or untrue, irrelevant. That these people coming in have big families and they're going to end up white erasing, I should say, the Westmen from the UK. And this guy's trying to say, oh, it's not going to happen. They'll start having small families. But you have the spigot wide open, Jeremy. So who cares if in 3 generations from now, the ones who are their great-grandparents and whatever it might be were the first of their family line to be there. Now they're having 2 or 3 kids. Who cares? Because the spigot is still wide open to the UK, and all of the newcomers are having 7, 8 kids apiece. What a piece of filth Jeremy is. And to think that you let him work on your pool. Let's see what you all have to say. And I will jump over here to entropy. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay, didn't miss anybody on entropy, it looks like, unless entropy is messing up again. If entropy does mess up again, please let me know. I will refresh over here. I'll see what you all are saying in the live chat. I will take a race to the top. Who here would like to have Piss Pool work as their pool boy? It seems about all he's qualified for. You know what I think he did? I think he sniffs the chlorine. I think that's what's happening. This is about to spill on me. Not going to let it happen. This pool boy is trying to mess me up. The great Roy Danton and Rick. Great to see you all. Okay, blank over here, blank there. Not missing anybody. That's good. The Constables. That should be the name of a band. There probably is already, right? It's going to be the band that heads on over to Jeremy's house and makes him put his clothes on. Popcorn Power is with us. Alex. Let's see. Did anybody suffer all the way through that conversation? Promethean Promulgation, Science Man says anti-whiteism is true. Bros and Bros. Hey, brother, how you doing? They would ignore the data or say it is wrong. Precisely. You're absolutely right. Puddle Boy. I like that. Bertie Bassett. He's Puddle Boy. Did anybody actually suffer all the way? Itch That Mitch is here. Hello to you. Suffer all the way through that so-called debate where Mark mopped the floor. Il Ronder, that was an implicit concession that if indigenous Brits would become a minority, it would be a crime and indefensible. That is contradictory to civic nationalism, where only ideas, right? Exactly. The debate with that is already over, since he contradicted his fundamental ideas here, precisely. He's trying to make an appeal because he thinks it will gain ground for his abstractionist argument. Frisch Coconut writes, fish-brained spectacle Muppet. I don't know why I called him that. He's a fish-brained spectacled Muppet. Olivia Key is here. Great to see you, dear sister. Wonderful to have you. We were just having some fun. We're going to have some more fun. So's bass guitarist. Now it's going to get wild, folks. Well, I think what we'll do is we will go ahead. Where were we anyhow before we started examining that? I guess we'll take a look at some of your comments over here. Promethean Promulgation. I've been testing how to respond to someone white erasing our inventions over the past month. The best response I have so far is to name something as a white achievement. So you're having some personal interaction where people are white erasing. They're saying, well, a white person didn't actually create that or whatever. And then you name one of our inventions. He goes on to write, they immediately reveal just how anti-white they are, inspired by intellectual embargo's idea of using a single fact as an olive branch. Just one guy testing, but it hasn't failed me yet. Fantastic Promethean Promulgation. A real champion to white well-being. Thank you for testing that out. And yeah, continue with that and let us know and any others you want to test out. You test it on a bunch of different people, different scenarios, folks, whatever it is you're thinking about, and then share with us. Name something as a white achievement and stick to that single fact. Well stated. Yeah, and Intellectual Embargo is making some fantastic videos, and we're going to have him back, a great champion as well. Yonash, a great champion for white well-being, says, Köhne 2028. I'm sure they would allow that to happen. He says it's been 68 years since Edmund Hillary of New Zealand Let's see. What is this? Oh, to climb to the top of Mount Everest. Today it was? Climb to the top of Mount Everest? Damn white people doing amazing things. They just need to knock it off. All right. So, did I have anything else there that I wanted to... I wanted to mention this shame extorting. So, do you all remember what shame extorting is? That is, by the way, can you all see here my lovely, look at this thing. This is, I never watched the movie. Was it called Little Shop of Horrors, where the plants or a plant or one plant eats people or takes over someplace? It's some kind of wacky movie. I never watched it because those kind of things always just disgusted me. Anyhow, this has become the actual Little Shop of Horrors, if that's even the name of the right movie. Look at that peace lily in the background. Yes, I said that right. Secret services, police services. It's a peace lily. And it's cleaning the air in here, the toxins that might be in the air. But if you can see, maybe there, it is beginning to push bloom stalks up. We are very lucky. These are stunning. These are absolutely pristine, unmarred flowers. They're modified leaves. I guess really that's what all flowers are. But that's not the only one. That's just the only one you can see for now. In maybe another week, there might be 4 or 5 of these gorgeous white flowers sticking out above the rest of the plant. It's going to be amazing. We'll all be here for it. The rose seems to be opening as well. Odd phenomenon. The petals just opening for me. Shame extorting. Does anybody remember what that is? That's going to be an iteration 2, I believe. That is when people in the white sympathetic sphere who behave like a villain in one shape or another, they go out into the world and they do something that they know is reckless, that they know is going to get them in trouble or is almost certainly going to get them in trouble and with the law and in the courts, and at the same time has almost no possibility of doing any good, any substantive good for our people. And so it's just ultimately harming us. When you have somebody go out, for example, you had this guy go and that some people who like to play the villain really liked this guy who went out and sucker punched a very respectable and fair non-white security guard. Sucker punched this guy and claimed later that, well, his cameraman was being, his windpipe was being closed by him. The cameraman was talking. So that's not exactly, you can't talk when your windpipe is closed. And the guy supposedly closing the windpipe was not in a physically exertive moment. You would have heard that in his voice. So clearly a lie. I would love to see the surveillance footage. But anyhow, sucker punches him. And what good is that going to do for our people? This is a perfect example. Well, it's not going to do any good for us. If nothing else, anti-whites are going to see that, and then they're going to convince our brothers and sisters out there that those who care about white people, who are white sympathetic, are evil. It's going to be very easy to convince them when they've got this video of this sucker punch and of a non-white guy who's being totally fair and respectable, and then like stands up and straightens his uniform and walks away. That was terrible. This guy doing that. It's going to be used by anti-whites to justify physical assaults on our people, on innocent people, at bars, at clubs, driving down the road, pulling them out of. How many of such assaults need to be seen when you believe that that sort of thing is happening because you live in the anti-white narrative 100 times, 1,000 times a day? You see one actually happen, and that's it. You already believe it's true. How many times are we going to see people see something dumb like that anti-whites are then going to say, you know what? I wasn't going to cave in. You know, even though I'm the principal of thus or the CEO of this or that, I wasn't going to cave into this anti-white policy. But now I see this animal just did this to this guy being completely fair. Now I'm going to give into it. And now everybody who works here who's white is going to suffer as a consequence. So the ramifications of doing these sorts of things is travels far and wide after doing something very stupid like that, evil like that, maniacal like that. But then, to make matters worse, people like this then go out into the white sympathetic sphere and they begin browbeating the hell out of everybody, shame extorting them. He's on the front line for us. He now faces 8 years in jail or whatever it is. He's doing it for you. Now you have to pay for his legal defense. I've seen this for year after year after year after year, and enough. Not a single penny more for somebody who's going to behave like this. There's a big difference between somebody who is, there was a case in Germany where a lawyer was defending a client, and it was perfectly legal for her to defend a client in a courtroom, and then she was charged for defending the client. She was not doing anything that was reckless or that was going to inherently, in and of that act, harm our people. So in a case like that, them coming around with a hat and saying, could we get some money for her legal defense, is perfectly legitimate. But in these cases, these shame extorting cases where people want to go out and they want to get in bar fights and they want to hold disgusting signs up in front of Israeli embassies or whatever it might be, and then they end up getting in a brawl with the police, and then they show up in metaphorical effect in your face, browbeating you for not funding their defense. You can send them all straight to hell with my blessing. There is no more shame extorting allowed in service to white well-being. It's never been allowed here, and it never will be allowed again. Nobody ever asked me to say to my community, hey, could you help get some money together for this guy who went up and sucker punched a totally respectable non-white person because he's facing a lot of years in jail. Well, maybe he deserves them if you're going to sucker punch somebody. And I can only think about the little white children who are going to suffer as a consequence of that news traveling around that country. That's where my thoughts are, buddy. Totally different if a white guy is attacked and defends himself. Totally different scenarios. So the ant-nats and all the losers will try to conflate the two with me. Jason doesn't want these people to be defended or whatever. I really don't care. If you're going to go out there and harm our people, harm our children by behaving like a execrable scumbag, then you deserve what is coming to you. You do not represent us, and we want nothing to do with you. No shame extorting in the white positive sphere. And with that said, maybe we will take a quick break, come back, and we will have a bunch more fun. And we will outro with this.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
That's it. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty for being white. That's an anti-white slur, miss. You're just saying that because I'm white. You're anti-white. There you go.
for calling. I'm Tammy, your licensed healthcare professional with Docs After Hours. How can I help you this evening?
Yeah, I've been having a little indigestion. It's been keeping me up at night. I was wondering if you could write a prescription and I could pick up something at my pharmacy tomorrow morning.
Is it a stabbing pain in the chest?
Yeah, I've normal indigestion. I've had it before.
And a hot pain around your stomach?
Sure, yeah, I guess
for
so.
the stabbing pain, you'll need a prescription for prolaxin, and for the hot pain, you'll need Bamaline.
I need 2 prescriptions for indigestion.
Well, the prolaxin has a side effect of night sweats, so you'll also need Foxidil for that.
3? I had indigestion a few years ago. I don't remember 3 medicines for indigestion.
Things change, sir.
Okay, well, are these name brands or generic drugs?
Name brands.
Well, even my insurance covering a bit might add up. Can we just do the generics?
Are you sure? The families that own these pharmaceutical companies have to be able to donate to museums, sir.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll do the generics. Thank you.
Well, you'll also need something for the night sweat drug that has a side effect of obsessive thoughts about being in car accidents.
What does this have to do with indigestion?
I'm sensing a little hostility, so I'm also now required by law to prescribe something to calm you down.
That's really not necessary. I'm like the calmest person I know.
Narcissism will need something for that too.
Could you just maybe write something for a strong prescription antacid?
Have you ever had an irrational fear of wolves wearing capes?
No.
You will now.
Listen, please, I don't want any of this.
Don't worry. The wolves wearing capes thing will wear off after 6 months.
I don't need any of this.
You may have to get used to the taste of glue.
I'm not taking a medication with a glue aftertaste.
No, you'll want to start eating glue as you'll eventually revert to a childlike state from one of the medications.
Wait. What did you say your name was? Tammy? Tammy, Is that right? Tammy, have you ever heard of the red pill?
No. Most of these pills are white. Some are yellow. One is blue.
Tammy. The red pill, it's a metaphor. Allow me to explain. You're an agent of clown world.
Oh, we have a medication for fear of clowns.
No, Tammy, listen to me. I wouldn't even have this indigestion if I ate more natural foods, which I've been meaning to do. You have all these commercials with the medications, and you need the side effect for the other side effect. They have you wanting to buy more and more and more. Let me explain. I want to show you a few things. I actually want to show you a few things.
Oh my God. He was right about everything. Thanks for calling.
Jared George and Philosophic Hat are amazing, aren't they? Can everybody hear me okay? We are back and we are rocking. We are having a hell of a good time, as we are all the time on Going Free, having fun, teaching lessons, learning from each other, growing as we do. Squirrels is here. Thank God. We have squirrels in the house. And has anybody ever actually had a squirrel in the house? Piers Taylor is here. I've seen these videos of squirrels running around a person's house, and in like 11 seconds, they have destroyed the house. Roy Danton says, thanks, brother, for handling it so brilliantly. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but I appreciate the endorsement, especially from a great champion like you. Rain Man is here. Can we do a Rain Man? And has anybody else? Full of love full of love is here, and with a very happy wolf on the avatar. Just that they would never name any white achievement as they like, as such, like they would with a non-white achievement. Precisely. The anti-white would not do that. Precisely. Typically, they are attributing some invention as name it as an achievement of some non-white group. You don't need to know about the actual thing they mention. Very good. Thank you for the clarification. Looks like there's a Popeyes somewhere. I'm getting some news I might share where they put up a sign about not serving white people. Is that real news or not? I don't know. You know who we have to call, though. We have to call CNN. Roy says he watched the very end of that debate, I guess. Azimuth Clark says, I'm fired up. Got to kip. Jason Köhne fires up the crowd. Yeah, we raise the roof off this place, and then we make changes in the world. Imagine that this has not been happening for all of this time in service to white. Isn't it crazy? Hans said, he's saying, close the spigot and let in the good ones. I did hear later where Jeremy was saying, because that's where I was playing the rock music, getting ready for tap. Aunt Sally is here. Great to see you. So Summer Lee, two wonderful ladies. Hello, hello. I did hear where he said he wanted a system like Australia. So essentially he would go from taking in just anyone from non-white countries to their right of their bell curve, so that you have a brand new ruling class over the creators of your country. And of course, that sort of system always breaks down because you have anti-whites who are operating the system. You don't have angels operating the system. And then these people, they come in and then they get to have all over, they end up with some form of chain migration, and not every one of their relatives, and certainly not every one of their offspring, or you have something called regression to the mean, are going to be the same high IQ, well-mannered, or whatever it is. So within a single generation, you have the norm of what had immigrated to your country. So those are just more of the like the slimy, like the eel like arguments that anti-whites make to get their way. Oh, you don't like just people pouring into the name. Okay, well, we'll just cinch it up a bit. Oh no, you just still don't like that. Well, we'll put some guards in place. And we'll put some paperwork in there. No cottage industry for filling out the paperwork will suddenly sprout up or anything like that. And then once you agree, we won't go behind later and then change all of the literature and the law so that they can just do whatever they want. It's always just with anti-whites. It's always endless anti-whiteism. I would have put Jeremy, and as I say, I didn't see the debate, so I don't know exactly how Mark ended up hammering it out, the conversation with him. But I would have put Jeremy on the position where he needed to be, which is tell me why it's a good thing to victimize Western kind this way. The UK does not need more people. The environment there needs fewer people. So why are you of the mind that you need more of these other races, especially when you're of the opinion that there is no difference? That's just some melanin in the skin and everybody's exactly the same. Why do you need more? Why do you need to victimize Western kind? And have him try to explain that. This argument that, well, you have everybody in and then we all just ascribe or prescribe to the same ideas. Well, why have everybody in? Why create the problem where we don't get along and we have to be forced to harmonize the diversity? One of the MCs, we have to be forced to harmonize the diversity because there's so much conflict in diversity. We have to remake white people have to give up everything they care about, their identity, their history. It all has to be white erased and changed so that these other peoples can feel good about themselves. And at the same time, these anti-whites like Jeremy are not by no means going to be telling the non-white people to dump their histories, dump their religions that are incongruous with Western civilization, dump their customs that are incongruous and at odds with Western civilization? Of course they're not. Of course. So why do they need to be here then? If Jeremy, you said you wanted harmony. I know a quick way to have it. So is it harmony that you want, or is it victimizing Western kind that you want? I would just keep pushing his face. You know, like you take a dog. Some people, I have not ever had to do this with pets, but they'll recommend, you know, if the dog defecates in the house, you grab the dog, you grab the back of his head, and you push his face in it. That's what you do with an anti-white. You grab their head, the back of their head, metaphorically, and then you push it into the soiling of your carpet, and you say, you see, that is what you are like. That is what you smell. And you are not going to do that in my presence anymore. All right. Where were we? I don't even know where we were. I was talking about something, and now I'm talking about pushing Jeremy's face in his own waste. Bad dog. Poodle, right? Bad poodle. But that can't be right, though, because poodles are rated extremely intelligent. And I've met people who have poodles, and it's uncanny. It's weird how smart the dog is. So I don't think a poodle would make that mistake. Uberfolk is here. Great to see you. Welcome. A big salute. Boy, the stars are coming out. We are having one hell of a night, aren't we? I am so fired up. If spontaneous combustion happens from all of the success, just put that on my gravestone. I'll be happy with that. So let's keep rolling. And El Rondo says, we stopped at reviewing the debate. And Stubblefield says, U.S. equals degeneracy, U.S. Constitution equals enabling tolerance. Well, I will tell you this, Stubblefield. I know there's a lot of people. DS is here. Hello, welcome. Every document, whatever is written on it, is if the people in charge are smart enough, they can interpret it to mean whatever they want. And if they have the power to resist your objection to it, they will. So whatever's written on the document is largely immaterial. It is in the interpretive power of those who are looking at the document. There is this weird consequence in Western kind of having this beautiful thing about our people, which is that for us, we believe that for something to be legitimate, it has to be external and objective. It cannot be subjective in any way. So we end up with this weird, like relationship, like kissing cousins or something, with this idea of, well, then the rules somehow have a power of their own because people have submitted to objective, universal moral principles, ethical principles in Western civilization. You are not in Kansas anymore. What was I saying the other day? Opie, you're not in Mayberry. Aunt B, not in Mayberry anymore. We are out in the jungle. And the rules, what's written on a piece of paper, they don't mean squat here. So we need to acclimate ourselves to the reality of the jungle and then find our way back to the light of what we do and build and make and live Western civilization, the only people who do it. Let's jump on over to, well, let's make sure nobody has financially gifted. And we have another financial gift from Fit and Healthy at Any Age, financially gifting $3 more. Thank you so much. By the way, Jason, I forgot to ask, is it okay if I send you a gift through snail mail via Amazon? Thank you. Yes, it is fine. Others have done that. Please be my guest. And thank you very much for that as well. Fit at Any Age. Remember, Fit at Any Age, you have to give me the context for your previous question in the Question Tell Kevin widget there on Entropy, so that I can speak to it directly. Kara Bassett with $10 financially gifting. Thank you so very much. The tide has turned. Amen. The tide has turned. That's why I'm so elated. That is why I am so elated. It is going to become a runaway love train in no time at all. We're going to uncork the champagne. And the anti-whites, your typical anti-white's going to say, what is going on? Why are they celebrating? Oh, you'll soon see. You'll soon see. All right. Still blank over here. Didn't miss you. Anybody on Cash App? Alex says a couple things. In regards to the Christopher Rufo thing, the vehemently anti-white host of something called Black News Network was basically, and then breaks off there. Rufo answered by saying he doesn't want to name what he thinks is good about being white. Wow. Because he doesn't want to perpetuate the notion, quote, doesn't want to perpetuate the notion of people being divided into races. Perpetuate the notion? Perpetuate the notion? The typical individualistic, we're all the same, civ nat rubbish. I mean, can you believe that? How absolutely disgusting of this guy for him to bend over and grab his ankles. So somebody at this Black Entertainment, whatever it was called, some anti-white, non-white, said to him, tell me something good about white people. And Rufo spun around, grabbed his ankles and said, oh, no, I'm just a little white cur. We're all the same. It's not about race. But he's beating you up because of race. But it's not about race, Rufo squeals. It's not. And he beats you again and calls you all these anti-white slurs. He's choking you out, saying he hates you, white man. And all he can get through his purpled lips, Rufo can at this point, as he's turning blue and purple, suffocating from the anti-white, choking him out, is, it's not about race. What a pathetic loser. What an absolutely pathetic loser. Stubblefield said, what will this new country be named? The flag. And what about political ideology? I'm ready to create it, and you can help me. No, we're not doing any of that. That's all called premature. We're going free. And that's where the great power lies. We are reclaiming our hearts. We are recapturing our destiny, first as individuals, then as families and communities, and it's happening quickly the way it is designed to. We are changing the world. No flag, no country name, no political ideology, no economic ideology. All of that will be determined by the geniuses that we bring forward to recreate everything so that it won't be so anachronistic and go bad after a generation. Dean Wood says, Jason, what shirt are you wearing? It's just a American flag shirt, I guess. Stubblefield said, republics fail. Well, we'll see what folks create in the future once we recapture our destiny. The Magnificent Kevin, have you heard about a Popeyes chicken in St. Louis that put up a sign saying that they wouldn't serve white people? Yes. In fact, I was just sent the article, and I will have a look at it, maybe right now, and see what it says. If it's something yummy. Popeyes restaurant forced to close after sign. Forced to close? Really? I don't believe that. It was forced to close? Forced to close after sign claims to, quote, refuse service to white people. Does it actually claim that or not? Why are you... Police in Missouri say they've opened a criminal investigation after a sign appeared outside a Popeyes restaurant claiming it would refuse service to white people. The sign, which was spotted at the drive-thru of a Popeyes and I am really feeling put out now because I cannot tell you how often I go to the part of town where there are a lot of Popeyes restaurants, and I'm just in line waiting to get at the chicken that they are making in there. I cannot tell you. What am I going to do? They won't serve white people anymore. What is this monitor doing? See, that's how upset you have made the computers. I am put out now. What am I going to do? How am I going to get at my Popeyes? Some fried chicken. I want some fried chicken. I love it when the big fights and the shootings break out. That's the entertainment at Popeyes. I tell you what, the Popeyes lawyers are probably watching now. They probably already have phone calls. It read that as of Wednesday, wait a second. Popeyes, the sign was spotted. Okay, was reportedly put up unbeknownst to the business. I'm sure that's what happened. I'm sure the business, we have no idea why this plaque was installed or whatever it was. It read that as of Wednesday, the restaurant was, quote, under new management and would, quote, reserve the right to refuse service to white people. Lake St. Louis police say they believe the sign was put up as a prank and didn't involve any Popeyes employees. The restaurant's management confirmed to local news station KMOV that CCTV footage proves it was nobody at the store that posted the sign. So nobody, what? It was nobody at the store that posted? And then the author of this piece added the sign. So the manager, the smart one there, said it was nobody at the store that posted. I'm seeing the sign here, and it is applied, it is affixed with the universal creation of duct tape, which I'm sure was invented by somebody other than a white person. Nevertheless, the restaurant was forced to close after photos of the message caused an outcry on social media. You mean it failed some sort of health inspection, and now they're using this as an excuse? Back in the 80s, there used to be so many of these fires, and the insurance company would just, it's just like, don't know what happened. The business was tanking, but the place burnt down. Posting on the Chicken Chains, the Chicken Chains official Facebook page. One person wrote, "What is going on at your store? Please advise. This is utter BS. I need to get my chicken. Why can't I get Popeye's chicken?" This is how we say it down south. Wow is all I can say, another one commented. Lake St. Louis police officers are exploring the possibility that the sign, wait a second, before we get any further, does anybody want to put money down on who's going to get blamed? Possibility that the sign could be linked to a previous spate of vandalism targeting the restaurant in early May. Police say that the incident saw glass windows broken and obscene messages painted on the drive-thru menu, though the messages were reportedly not racially offensive. Well, you see it coming. It's going to be white people did this to try to undermine this non-white owned store. You can see that coming a mile away. What's actually happening there is, it sounds to me like somebody who worked there got her or himself into quite a froth upon being dismissed for probably not turning up to work late or on time, or probably ever turning up to work, and then has decided to take this revenge out on the manager. That's my guess. But maybe the manager put the sign out there, him or herself. It's entirely possible. You know what you don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen, is Jared George's new song that is coming out this week. And he has shared with us a little tidbit of this, he calls a sound tease. We're going to have a quick listen, and then we'll continue the gathering. I can't wait for that song to be released. It's coming this week. The Great Order, Horizon. Really looking forward to that. And what he did with that I think some people misunderstood the beginning of the video, and please listen to it on his channel for better clarity. It's not coming through here nearly as good as he made it. He's kind of like, it's kind of mixed sound at the beginning. That's not the actual song. We just like taken bits of the song and kind of blurred them together. It's just a teaser. And what you hear is finally the song coming together at the end, where you can actually hear some part of it. I know I have been really excited and waiting for the next song that Jared George releases, and we're going to get to see it and hear it very soon, folks. Stubblefield says, never use that word that begins with an M, ever. Ever, ever, ever. That's what I have to say to that. Oh, boy. All right. I think that is, I can't believe this Christopher Rufo, because I've had people telling me, hey, you need to try to go free to this Rufo guy, denying that race is a thing. He doesn't want to perpetuate that there are races. That is, I mean, he absolutely has been gelded. I'll say castrated, because there's no way that he had anything there before. So I don't want to associate him with horses. So he has been castrated. Or maybe there was no need because it was so infinitesimal. All right. Swiveling back around, let's get some announcements as we're getting close to the 8 o'clock hour. We'll be taking calls very soon. We have Way of the World and Laura are still doing the Nat Connect project. So if you are interested, I actually don't know where you go now, but maybe somebody knows. And please, if you know, direct them to where you go to get the information for Nat Connect. You have to do your own due diligence. When you meet up with somebody that you are paired with by way of Nat Connect for regular conversation, relationships, actual loving relationships, can and have come out of it, but it's meant more to find somebody to commiserate with and have a going free friend with, as Mr. V pointed out, which will be an iteration 2. Because when you work with somebody to go free, you go free that much faster, that much farther, etc. And but when you start talking to these people, you have to do your due diligence. They do all that they can to make sure that people are legit and on the up and up, but you never know. So they have no way of knowing for sure. So don't get on with somebody and have them say a couple of the same things that you believe, or I completely agree with that, or whatever, and then you share your mother's maiden name and place of birth. Don't do it. And especially if you are female and you end up getting paired with some guy that sends you a picture and he's a pretty boy and now he's asking for all of these details. But that's called blowfishing, and you can learn more about that in Going Free as well. Anti-whites are always up to that no good, and they seem to do it in cycles to our women. They come up, they compromise you with this. They're not the pretty guy in the pictures or the videos, and then they get you to give up photos, and then they tell you stop participating or we reveal everything. That's blowfishing in a nutshell. And Mr. V is here. All right, great to see you. Mr. V will be on a call with us as well soon. I want to ask Naderific if he's with us. If he has anything to share, he could write into the live chat about the great work that they are doing over at the outreach team. These are adults getting the job done. They are another huge component and reason why we are now seeing so many people using anti-whiteism and other bits of the lexicon, making their way out into the population, changing the context in which the conversation takes place, the context in which laws are written, etc. If he's here, please write it in the live chat, tag me, and I will read it out to everyone. The same for Brant Danger and your School of the West. If you have anything that you would like me to read out to everyone about your progress as well. Same for Tony Vermont. If you are with us right now at whitepeoplepress.com, that's their calendar on the wall behind me, and I have their new magazine where many of you are listed, and we'll be doing that again. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be putting more heroes in the White People's Quarterly. Your name might be in there already. You'll have to get this issue, the current issue, to find out whether or not your name is in it, and we will be adding more in the next edition. People we are expressing gratitude for their service to white well-being. Jeff, if you're watching, White Art Collective, any of those folks, if there's anything you want me to read off of the screen, tag me, and I will share that with everyone over the course of the stream. Anybody who's becoming a gravity of center for yourself and the work that you're doing, tag me. Let us know. I'll read it out. I want to have more people on, like 30-minute guests, I think, on our gatherings from these different spots across the white positive sphere. And I was trying to get a hold, if anybody knows Raymond Foster, if he's with us. I've sent Raymond a couple of messages, tried to get him on last week and this week, but he has not seen my messages. So Raymond Foster, I'd like to have you on for 30 minutes if you can spare it on Going Free, either maybe the next one or one coming soon. And I also want to thank Sarah Dye. I shared the image earlier that she shared. I believe it was on her Telegram. And there it is, the great dear lady Sarah Dye. One of the best Going Free. We dearly love her and her family. And she was sharing that, and the breeze was blowing by, and these lovely flowers. And Go Free, looking magnificent. A big thank you to Sarah. And I want to share as a contributor this week, Liv Hyde, who is the promoter builder of whitedate.net. And I will share, or try to share, well, it's just on Twitter. Is she still on Twitter, folks? Twitter.com/whitedatenet. Whitedatenet. If she's still on Twitter, I don't know. But of course, it's whitedate.net to find the website. Again, if you're looking for a date or you want to start a family, remember that Liv is doing all that she can do to vet people. She's not going to be able to track everybody down to make sure that every person you're talking to is exactly who they say they are. So you have to do your part. You cannot blame Liv, and you cannot blame Way of the World and Laura if you act recklessly and you end up giving things away to somebody that you didn't have and didn't do your due diligence for. So make sure you do your due diligence. And I think what we'll do maybe is, okay, we do have Brant Danger wrote, we'll be adding math lessons, kindergarten to calculus, plus physics and programming lessons this summer. I plan to have live lessons up and running this fall. My gosh, let's get a big round of applause together for Brant Danger. School of the West, we will be adding math lessons, kindergarten to calculus, plus physics and programming lessons this summer. I plan to have live lessons up and running this fall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is at this point, it is supplemental to homeschoolers, supplemental to people who are unfortunately still sending their children to public or private institutions. You want to get away from that where you can, and you want to supplement as much as possible with School of the West, working the direction of having an actual entire curriculum for all grade levels for homeschooling. And then in the future, the big picture is eventually actual buildings for our little ones so that they can get educated and not be poisoned with anti-whiteism. Instead, taught to love themselves and to take pride in all of our people, all of our countries, all of our heritages, and be that great family that we actually are. Roy says, our pristine brother, Baldur, just translated the lexicon of Going Free into Icelandic. About 50 or so Icelandic words. It looks lovely, but I don't understand any of it. Wow. Where is it? Can you send it to me, Roy? I want to see that. Thank you. Let's get a big round of applause for Baldur for translating the lexicon of Going Free into Icelandic. For all those folks out there, especially those codgers that have been misinformed about whether or not we're global and whether or not we're having success, how about I put Icelandic in front of you of the lexicon and dialectics? How about that? How about that for something that's working? Lunder says he's going to text, and he did text Ray. Thank you so much for that. Zoe says, hello, fam. I missed everyone. Hello, No White Gil. Great to see you. It's great to see you. Brother, did you see that our very dear brother? Okay. No, I didn't, but you're going to help me see that. I am really excited about it. Itch the Mitch, great show, mate. Tons of respect for what you do for the cause worldwide, brother. I got to go. It's getting late here in the UK. Well, sweet dreams, my brother, about the recapture of our destiny. I want you in that dream to be standing there at the beginning in the darkness, and there's just this pale blue beginning to creep into the sky, this sort of liquid mixture running across the heavens. And then from an unexpected direction, those first cosmic rays, gold and white and orange, like a crown, rise from the west. And I want you to turn your face to that warmth of that new day and embrace all that you were meant to be in this life. God bless you. All right, let's see what else we have here. El Ronder says he believes that Rufo is anti-white because he's refusing that white people have an identity and are only valid as abstract individuals. Yes, that is an anti-white position. You're 100% correct. All right, we'll jump to the bottom. We will refresh this. There's Baldor. The document with the translation is in our Telegram chat. A personal one between you and I? Or is it a group chat? Thank you so much for doing that. Icelandic. Magnificent. I am going to have that. I'm going to be seeing these folks. I'm going to have that right out and front and center. The Swedish, the Icelandic. I want to have the pictures from some of these places where you just would never imagine that leaflets for white well-being would be showing up. Euphemia says, awesome stream. Hail no white girl. Well, great to see you, sister. Thank you so much for that. Western Renaissance. I've got nothing but positive responses from promoting School of the West on Gab. In fact, of everything I post, School of the West posts are the most reposted. That's wonderful. That is fantastic. Yes, let's keep it going. Let's keep it happening. We are not going to allow white babies to be white guilted and hate themselves anymore. That's the end of it. We are putting our foot down. No more. All right. We've got a mailbag that's going to knock your socks off, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do that, we are going to take a quick look at something. What will we look at? Oh, I think we've got a great song that we haven't played in a long time. So we will probably play a quick song and we'll be right back.
We had a country, we held our own destiny. Used to be sweet 1950, now nothing's at all what it seems. a time to be living. Walking through the ruin of home. Broken back, subversivism, oh Lord. I've heard the sound thunder so clearly. Trumpet warning on the breeze. I felt the ground thunder so easy. Nothing was hallowed beneath. Look around, what a time to be living. Walking in the ruin of Rome. Haunted by Judaism, oh Lord. Did Look around, what a time to be living. Walking through the ruin of home. Broken back, liberalist song. It's all gone to hell, oh Lord.
I love these Sunday nights with you all. We have some amazing things to look at really quickly, and we want to get to these calls too before we run out of time. Might have to save that poetry for the next Going Free. We have Mantis writing today. Let's see. Do we want to? Actually, Mantis is talking about in a second comment. Maybe I'll save that for next week. This one is Mantis says, spot on. Also, we already had our own separate cities, states, countries, and look what happened. So this is talking about, do we create our new Naturific? We released this other Naturific, and Nathaniel helped him with these FAQs, which are marvelous. People love them. And talking about, do we start a new country? Do we try to cleave off or carve off some portion? And Mantis points out we already had separate cities, states, countries. Look what happened. The anti-whites would just deploy the same tactics as before in order to subvert and undermine those new places. So we need a new game plan, and I believe Jason has come up with the best one. Well, thank you so much for that, Mantis. We also have Spellchecked, who writes here, number one, I never had white guilt, but discovered this movement about 3 years ago. Number two, no white guilt and Going Free is different in that it gives us verbal terms that cannot be weaponized by our victimizer. Number three, I have promulgated white well-being by becoming a Twitter, YouTube fighter, combating anti-whiteism with succinct facts as well as humor. As far as criticizing the powers that be, anti-white is now my go-to term. Number four, I am a U.S. Jersey boy my entire life. Well, God bless you up there in Jersey and all the good work you're doing in service to white well-being, my dear brother. We have another, let's see, where we're almost at the 15-minute mark, so I probably better stop there. Mantis has another longer post that we will get to next time. We're going to jump into this mailbag, which is totally glorious. So we have our wonderful dear Coconut, who is with us, and she has sent me this magnificent package in the mail. And I opened it up, and she's got, where's the, if you don't mind me leaning over, she's got a wonderful little note here, and I'm dropping things. Somebody pick that up for me. I'm having a hard time, apparently. She writes, just a little happy with a donation. I wanted to send a little bluebird for you to sit on your desk. Not manly enough. So I sent you something to observe them better. Thank you for all that you do. Well, God bless you, sweet sister. That is absolutely stunning and beautiful. And she also sent this, a Go Free quiz. A Go Free quiz. This is the kind of thing, I mean, we're creating, some of them are in motion now, books, workbooks for children. Some of them are still just in the idea phase, but it's happening. And we got a Go Free quiz here. Question number 1, blank. A technique used by Prometheans to develop, deepen, and explore the knowledge and skills they have acquired for going free. A counter trigger. B, multiracial harmonization. C, face anti-whiteism. D, working out. So she's got a bunch of questions here. I love it. I love it. Thank you for doing this. And it's exactly the kind of thing that we need to be doing. If you don't know the answer to that, you are not going free hard enough. What is going free? It's a practice like eating right, working out. You have to do it for the whole of your life because you've been infected with anti-white ideas that we call meme pathogens. You can just call them anti-white ideas if MP is hard to remember for you. And they never go away. They don't go away any more so than your ability to ride a bicycle or say the alphabet or drive a car. They go nowhere. So you have to lifelong treat, and you will lifelong get better like everybody else is here. You do not need to use the whole of the lexicon with everybody you speak with the first time you speak with them. So no straw men out there. And here is what she sent me so that I could look at my lovely bluebirds this is fantastic. Look at this. A monocular. Let me just look at that. That is gorgeous. You set it up. It comes with a tripod. You pop off the ends, of course, and then you can zero right in on those beautiful little buggers. And when they're at the feeder in the tree, I love it. Thank you so very much. I'll also be able to use this to watch out for anti-whites, whether they are carrying a badge or have a bag over their head, which they most of the time do in their black outfits. But thank you so very much for this. This is marvelous. I really appreciate it. And it will definitely be put to use because I can just set it up right on the counter and it can be ready to roll when I see any birds I want to look at, bluebirds or otherwise. But a big round of applause to Coconut. That was wonderful. It was you, right? I hope so. And let's see. This next one is really very touching. And so one more, and then I think we will go. I'll see what you all have to say. I'll see if there are any final financial gifts, and then we will begin taking the calls. And Rory can come on for a few minutes, he says. And you are the first caller, and then Mr. V. And then we'll see. It's 8:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here right now. So we'll see how much time we have left after those two gentlemen. And this wonderful true champion, this great gentleman. He is Biospirit of the West. I don't know if he's with us, live with us now. Or DG just arrived, late to the party. Great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Greek man as well. Welcome to the party. You all have to go back and listen to the first hour because we have epic, earth-shaking victories. And I can't go back over them all now, but I'm going to go through this one. Listen to what this champion, I'm going to skip the first sentence of what he writes here, and then I will come back to the first sentence. We're going to give Biospirit of the West a huge raucous round of emojis. He writes, "This gift is in memory of my brother," I'm not going to say the name, "who killed himself 2 years ago. He sadly did this just a few days after the birth of his only grandchild, and the day before Father's Day. This gift is in memory of my brother who killed himself 2 years ago. He sadly did this just a few days after the birth of his only grandchild and the day before Father's Day. While I was writing a birthday card to his granddaughter and enclosing a check for her present, I am aware her future is best served by my supporting Going Free, NoWhiteGuilt.org, and the work you are doing." I'm going to read that again. While I was writing a birthday card to his granddaughter and enclosing a check for her present, I am aware her future is best served by my supporting Going Free, NoWhiteGuilt.org, and the work you are doing. Due to the many testimonials of No White Guilt guests who have used the keto diet, my partner and I started using the diet over a month ago with wonderful results. Health issues are clearing up, and I am effortlessly dropping a pound a week. I am embarrassed to admit that the amount of the enclosed check represents the amount of our savings on alcohol purchases alone in just this short period of time. In the spirit of brevity, I will leave it at that. Biospirit of the West, who is financially gifting in memory of his brother $1,000 to White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. You are one of the absolute best. True spirits, good souls rarely come along in this world. And this gentleman, Biospirit of the West, absolutely is one of those people. What a true gentleman and champion. God bless you. God bless the beautiful soul you have inside of you. We love you. We thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. We thank you for being you. We thank you for seeing clearly. We thank you for the discernment to know what is best for our people, to go with what is actually working. And let's get a raucous round of emojis. $1,000 financial gift here. A testimonial from a working class person of $1,000 is colossal, but he is gifting this in the name of his brother who committed suicide to White Wellbeing. He is gifting it knowing that the best thing that he can do for this grandniece of his is to serve White Wellbeing with us. That is a testimonial worth 10,000 times what he's able to give financially. God bless him for all of that, for everything he has said, everything he has done, everything he has given. We love you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for doing it. You have no idea who is going to end up hearing this and who, based on these words that were filled with passion and consideration and foresight and understanding, and that financial gift that accompanied it in the name of your brother who killed himself, and obviously an extraordinarily painful thing for you and place to go, have no doubt that is going to reach into the hearts of so many others who hear this live or on replay. God bless you for doing so much good for our people. I cannot thank you enough What a magnificent financial gift, ladies and gentlemen. What a magnificent deed for white well-being to share this sort of testimonial and to do it in the way that he just did it. These are the sorts of things, ladies and gentlemen, that are changing the world for the better, that are changing the context and the milieu in which the debate and conversation has to take place. This is the only way that we are going to get from here to that destiny. It is the only way we are going to recapture our own lives, our families, our communities, and our destiny on a larger scale. No other way. It's only going to be by the love, hope, and redemption of service to white well-being, white positivity. And we here specifically in this part of white positivity, Going Free, are making waves that will be felt for eons to come. This I can promise you. God bless you, every single one of you, for celebrating these wonderful gifts that came in the mail from these genuine champions. And I love and praise every single one of you. Let's get a call out to, after I just check this really quickly, we will refresh and we will get the first call out to Rory. So Rory, get ready for me to place the call and we will have you on. Rory said he could stay for a couple of minutes. And we will have you on and we will speak with you, brother, about what you want to address. And I had a conversation, actually, a short conversation after Going Free last week with Rory. He's a very pleasant gentleman. And I know you all are going to love him and love to hear from him. We have one other financial gift here from the magnificent I Love Jesus Christ. God bless you, sweet lady. And actually saying that reminds me, I remember I shared, you all remember that I shared the cross that my father made for me many, many years ago. And I was going to put it up on the wall for a while. And it's just back there on the wall. It just is too diminutive. So what I think I'll do is I will take one of these document holders and I will place it right here, maybe next Going Free. So you all can get a good look at how just glorious it was. I Love Jesus Christ I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10 US. God bless you, sweet sister. And she writes, for white well-being. Well, God bless you. Thank you so very much. And wasn't it you? I think it was. It was I Love. It just reminded me. I Love Jesus Christ also financially gifted late. And it was too late to get last week. $10, I believe. I don't believe I read this. $10 financial gift in memory of Cash, that little boy who was murdered. Thank you so very much. $20 from I Love Jesus Christ. God bless you, sweet sister. A true champion, always keeping the memory of our most vulnerable who are victimized by the anti-whites. And I see that Raymond Foster has shown up. Next week, brother, look at my email. Maybe we'll have you on for 30 minutes if you're free. And Lissy Coconut says here, look how people see you and they want to help promote you. Yes, exactly. All right. I'm going to go ahead and place a call. This will be the earliest we've ever placed a call over to, let me move that volume button. And there we go. To Rory, and we will see what he has to say. And then after him, we'll head on over to Mr. V. Let's place that call. How do we do that? Hello there, Rory. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jason. Good evening. Can you hear me?
I sure can, brother. How are you doing over there?
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. And thank you for having me on.
Oh, it's our pleasure.
Okay. I mean, really, all I wanted to do was just go over an Englishman's perspective on the Mark Collett debate.
All right, go for it. I'm welcome it.
My opinion was that I know you didn't cover Mark's initial statement.
Yes.
But after that, I mean, Jeremy Poole, this was meant to be a debate, and Jeremy Poole's, his initial statement was just an attack on Marx. he didn't really make a statement about his beliefs in what he terms civic nationalism. You know, he made a few silly points, but that was about it.
Yeah. Great point. That's exactly right. It was a really hollow opening statement. I was really underwhelmed, and I didn't see the debate from that point forward. I can't imagine it went really well. How much of it did you watch?
Oh, I watched pretty much all of it. I was getting a little bit bored towards the end, I have to say.
I bet so. Well, what took place after where we told folks that I heard Mark's opening, and it was magnificent. And after that, where we cut off, what then happened after that? What did you see, and what were your opinions of the conversation moving from that point forward?
Well, this chap, Jeremy, he mentioned, I mean, obviously he's a Welshman. Okay. And, I always thought the Welsh were fairly proud people. And, after all, they have road signs and town signs in Welsh as well as English. But then he stated that he was actually living in Spain. And he had 3 daughters there. And he was going on about how well they fitted in with the Spanish or Catalonian society. Mm-hmm. And it seemed to me that all he was really doing was basing his opinions on his own personal history of his family moving to Spain. Well, that's totally different from, moving a whole load of
whatever
Arabs or Indians or immigrants to Wales.
Yeah.
I mean, the Welsh government, we have, as you know, only too well, we have a devolved government in Wales. What are they going to do next? Have signs in Arabic?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, and how perverse that this Jeremy isn't even living anywhere in the UK, and he's saying that the borders should be open to the non-white world in the UK. That's typical of an anti-white. He wants to be virtuous with other people's jobs. He wants to be virtuous with other people's money. This villainy signaling, this anti-white villainy signaling, and it's so typical of anti-whites. Gosh, I imagine that Mark did not take that well. That he's actually living in Spain and Catalonia, and then advocating for this this ever influx of human beings into the UK.
Well, I know Mark did once get a little bit ad hominem, called him a coward, but I'm sure that was only because Mark was so fed up with the way that thing was going. He was getting slightly angry.
I bet so, especially toward, wasn't it like 2 hours or almost 2 hours?
It was, yes, I think so. Yeah.
Wow. I imagine he was getting fed up because everything you needed, it sounds like Jeremy presented the totality of his argument in that vacuous opening statement, or did he provide anything else?
Very, very little. He appeared to be trying to agree with Mark on many points. I think just to make it go a little bit better from his point of view, right. But he never really made any sense.
Yeah, that's what we were seeing. I mean, exactly what you're saying. You saw throughout the totality of the debate was that he seemed to be making like these little overtures that he wanted to try to steer toward this abstractionist so-called solution, which we know in fact is not a solution at all. It just means that things are far more anti-white and far more worse for our people. Did he make an attempt at any point to articulate how abstractionist thinking was going to benefit the UK, benefit our people? Or did he just leave it at the statement that it was just here's the unspoken premise that everybody knows it's a great thing because the TV has always said so.
He was trying to make the point about that birth rate decline, and saying that the richer a company becomes, the less people will have children. And which to me is completely wrong. I mean, the reason people don't have children these days is because they're not earning enough to keep a wife at home and raise children and have children.
Precisely.
It's completely opposite of what he was saying. And I think we were talking earlier perhaps about the Irish moving into America and having, he mentioned this,
yes,
and having lots of children. Well, yes, of course they do, but up to a point where one can afford them.
Yeah, precisely. That is the perfect counterpoint to this idea that greater wealth means fewer children. White people are made to hate ourselves. This is why we are not having children. We don't have the money, as you point out, that we have both husband and wife have to be in the workforce to support themselves. It's not even sometimes people will charge, well, living in above your means or something of this nature. Nothing of the sort. Everybody I know where you have a husband and wife working, they're at the bottom. They have to both work. The next rung down is checking out the cardboard boxes at the back of IKEA and and roll of duct tape and setting up somewhere. So it's just you're 100% right. Go ahead.
I was just saying that's true, Jason. Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have any moments when you were watching this debate that can come to mind right now, where you thought you heard Jeremy or you heard Mark say something and you thought either for Mark, yes, that's it, or maybe you thought Mark was off the mark, or you heard Jeremy say something and then you really had a response for that, maybe a visceral response, or you felt yourself even coming up out of your chair, as I almost did a couple times listening to him?
Well, yes, quite a few. I can't really go into them all now, but finally, I mean, there was meant to be a moderator there, and I think he was there all the time. And I think he only popped up once in conversation to try and moderate the debate. So, as you said earlier, it was never a debate. It was not controlled.
Oh gosh. So they just ended up kind of slinging slurs back and forth? Is that what happened?
I think it got to the point where Mark was so fed up. But there's another really important point I have to make, is that very same day, Mark had rescued a wounded hedgehog.
Oh.
And he had to take it to some hedgehog sanctuary to look after.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And it was absolutely, that made me so happy.
Yeah.
And that was the final reason he gave, and a true reason, that he had to leave the debate. That he only had 15 minutes to get this hedgehog to the sanctuary to save its life.
Oh my gosh. Well, I guarantee you, he was more than happy to leave. I think all of us would be happy to leave Jeremy's presence to be able to head off and take a wounded hedgehog off to the hedgehog sanctuary. Your cute little buggers. What and they're of course getting wounded because so many people are packing into those islands and they're having to build over all of nature. We don't want this. This is not natural. I mean, sure. I really wonder, actually, I've speculated this quite a few times. What exactly would our cities have developed into if we didn't have these other influences, if we didn't have the different non-white biospirits, as wonderful as they are, influencing the creation of our cities? I wonder if we would have gone through like a juvenile phase of, wow, we've developed engineering abilities to be able to build skyscrapers and pack people in really tight, and then naturally just moved out of that juvenile state into okay, let's build the cities so that we're more in nature, so that we're more in concert and in harmony, and spread things out more, have much more greenery, be much more in harmony with the environment. And certainly we've had the technology now for 30, 40 years to do this sort of thing, communicating more by way of the fiber optic cables, and prior to that, the irregular cables that they were laying down, being able to communicate that way. I wonder what things would have really looked like if we hadn't been burdened the way we are burdened, forced to harmonize the diversity the way we're forced to harmonize. It's such a waste of our wealth. But you have consequences, real world consequences. And we were just talking about bluebirds, and I help with the bluebird conservation here in Northern Virginia, and because they're getting wiped out from all of the new houses being built over the landscape that used to be so exquisite. Virginia was considered a magical place around the world, and now it's just being paved over like everything else, and this by the people who claim that, oh no, it's these, if you're inside the anti-white narrative, you have that right-left spectrum, and they'll say, oh no, it's the people on the right who want to pave everything over. No, it's you anti-whites who want to pave it. That's what happens when you bring endless humanity into a finite space, and you have these real world consequences. The environment, the hedgehog, the bluebirds, so many others we could name, the air quality, the water quality, the soil quality, and people, the same folks, the same anti-whites, Rory, and I'll get you any more thoughts you have on the debate, because I'm sure plenty went on after that part that we cut off at. But the same people who complain about polluting the environment and how all of these steps have to be taken that victimize Western kind in order to save the environment are the exact same people who flood our countries with people who increase their carbon footprint by tens of thousands fold, and the waste that they produce, the trash that they produce, because they come from a place where they don't have a carbon footprint, or a very tiny carbon footprint, where they don't have access to endless dollars to buy junk with. And then they get here and they are immediately in the United States. I'm sure it's the same in the UK and elsewhere around the world. Many of these people are given these grants and loans that are forgiven to get them started and get them going. And then, of course, many of them are wonderful people, but many of them also get on to public assistance, and they've got money coming in like they never did before, and they're buying and they're polluting, and they are changing the world, our world, certainly for the worst. And then they want to turn around to anti-whites and say, well, the environment's going to hell. We have to victimize you, Western kind, even more. And they'll put out these magazine covers that say, should we be having children? And it's always white people on the front when they're asking that question. Anything I just said you want to comment on, or any more about that debate that you would like to address before the folks? We got Rory is up all the way. It's, what is it, 1:30 in the morning or 1:40 in the morning, I think. So we're very grateful that you were able to stay up for this phone call, brother.
Well, look, that's very kind of you, Jason. Thank you. Now, I think I've said pretty much all I have to about the debate. But regarding the use of land, I'm lucky to live in the southwest of England. We have a number of hedges. So, I would say that we need more hedges for more hedgehogs.
Amen to that. Amen. Yeah, there were quite a few hedges. I was been in the UK a couple of times. I drove, and I thought we had narrow roads here. And when you drive down a road and your vehicle is being scraped on both sides at the same time, you've got a narrow road, well, beautiful greenery. I love it. They're ruining it. It's a shame.
Well, Jason, fun enough, my son's godfather is from Richmond, Virginia, so I do know your part of the world quite a bit.
Oh, that's a wonderful little connection there. I assume he probably has nice things to say about decades past, and not so nice things to say about the present. Richmond is a very violent place today.
I know, but never mind. Thank you so much. I think I was taking up too much of your time.
You have not, sir. You have not. You never will take up too much time. And please call back. We love you.
Well, thank you very much. Goodbye for now.
Okay, Rory. Bye-bye now. That was magnificent, wasn't it? A true English gentleman in the English countryside and talking about the beautiful little hedgehogs and the hedges. I could tell you when I was there, I was driving, I saw, I've always wanted to, I thought about it. Hang gliding. I thought that would be fun. You know, you're floating, there's no engine noise. And when I was there, the landscape was just phenomenal. The beautiful greenery, the sheep are out, and they got in there in the fields. To hang glide over that and be able to see that magical country would be amazing. And the anti-whites are absolutely destroying it. People like Jeremy living 1,000+ miles away saying, no, the doors should be wide open for the highest IQ'd people, non-white people that we can find around the world to just inundate your little area there. And I don't know, make it all into Targets and Walmarts or whatever. And that beautiful little hedgehog, prickly little suckers, but they're wonderful. Just would ruin their habitat for what? You don't need an endless supply of human beings. Looks like Baldur maybe might want to talk as well. And we're going to go to Mr. V next. And then Baldur, if you want to talk, brother, you will be next. Roy Danton says, don't remember the exact words, but most funny moment was, what if there is a ship full of illegal immigrants and Boris Johnson takes a helicopter to fly out and give each one a British passport? That was from the debates. That is hilarious. What if Boris Johnson, this 00 imbecile, that's going to be the new movie, 00 imbecile. It's Johnson, Boris Johnson, the Down syndrome cousin of a once orange person. Terrible. These people should be taken care of, by the way. They should absolutely be taken care of with love and gentle treatment. And heading out there on the end of a rope, maybe, Boris Johnson, swings onto the ship of these border crossers and then just starts distributing British passports. I bet you got a laugh out of that. All right, what else do we have? Let's make sure that we had news. We don't have time. Do we have any time for news? It's 8:45. No white guilt signs hung. And these people are most upset. All right. Controversial sign that hung. Of course, it's controversial. People not wanting to have white guilt. We'll have to come back to this because we're running out of time. Maybe we'll do it on a roll-in going free tomorrow. We'll think about it. Let's instead jump over to Mr. V really quickly and see what he has to say. Mr. V is next.
Hello, brother.
There he is. What's going on, brother?
Hey, very quick before I get to the files that I sent you.
Okay.
I just wanted to say I got into a debate with two anti-whites because there's a video of a white woman, and it's disgusting. It's her and her little baby boy, and she's saying, "Hi, my name is Sarah, and this is my son Bennett." And then she says, "As you can see, my son is a white male. So here are some books that I bought to help prevent him from growing up to be awful."
Oh my God.
And I got into it with these anti-whites, and one of them is a white anti-white, and it has a child, and the misdirection, and our people are so sick.
Yeah.
They're so sick. It's literally, this person was literally trying to defend this woman, believing that her son is inherently evil.
My God.
Our people are just so sick. We got to get to them. It's just terrible. But yeah, I'm sure people have seen that video on Twitter. It's just disgusting. what's going to happen, the next generation of white children being exposed to anti-whiteism, the anti-whiteism is so strong, and it's right from the cradle. It's a baby. It's an innocent baby.
Precisely.
Yeah, no, it's gotta end. But yeah, brother, I mentioned I was gonna send you the link on Monday. Apologies for the delay. I took some extra time and I organized things better, and I made some extra additions. I sent the original text file. There are multiple files, but I sent the original text file to someone, and they told me it was 64 pages.
Wow.
Because it's the breakdown from top to bottom.
Wow.
It's 64 pages, but a lot of it is Saad's quotes with my breakdown analysis.
Right.
And Kindle didn't allow me to copy and paste, so I know exactly what Saad says, and because I typed it all out, every single thing I had to type it all out. But,
oh my God.
But, it's on your Skype. I made things more complex than they needed to be. I didn't need to try and make it through the smart sheet. For other people, it's going to have to be. For our other people who want to use the notes and make videos and the files, I'm going to have to invite them onto my smart sheet. But for you, brother, I put it all in our Skype chat, and it works. I was amazed. I was like, it was this simple, so it's all there, brother. And there's an introductory video to help you make sense of the notes. There's the main notes, there's the reviews, there's the interviews and video stamps, and then I have a selected file that's the most important stuff from Saad's book and the most important timestamps that I think you can use for the Going Free stream, or you can use to make videos in reply to. So I made sure to select it if you didn't have time to go through it all. So, making it easier for you. But yeah, all the files are there on your Skype. Let me know if you have issues downloading them, and then we'll figure out another way. But it's about 7 files in total, which open up into folders, and then those have other files on there.
Wow.
So please, brother, download those and have a look through all of it, and let me know. I highly recommend that you do have, even though it is very large, that you do have a look at the main file, the 64-page one. I include predictions in there. I think there are quite a few good predictions. I also include ways that we can counter. There's images of Saad's defamation. I found the main tweet. By the way, guess who replied to Saad when he did that original number of defamatory tweets against you? Would you like to guess which one of our heroes did that? Heroines, I should say.
What's that?
Heroines. There was someone who. Would you like to guess who replied to Saad when he did that defamation of you? The only person who replied to Saad. Would you like to know?
Yes, please tell me.
Final Blossom.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
What an absolute champ. Final Blossom is epic. What a hero.
Yeah. And so I also screenshotted her reply. I replied to it as well, so that whoever we send this to in our sphere, they can have a look at that. I also isolated Saad's quotes that I think are especially appropriate to reply to him with, because they highlight his lies and his hypocrisy. So they're perfect for putting right next to his slander of you and of Going Free. So, yeah, brother, I try to make it as easy as possible.
Oh, that's awesome.
I would like... Oh, good.
I was just saying that's awesome. And folks, this big, huge round of applause for Mr. V doing this. This was a chore, and he has absolutely knocked it out of the park with this. That's fantastic. Please go ahead, brother. And I can take these and put these on a site. Yes, this work you have done.
However you want, brother. But it's quite a bit. So if you want a specific article, or if you want my thoughts on what you can use to put on the site, what's best for that, let me know. But yes, anything that's on there should be ready to go. Totally up to you. But yeah, it's my full breakdown top to bottom there. I break down his solutions. I prove how none of it works. I prove how he contradicts himself. There's also a video there in the files, because he came out with a video called Death of the West, Demography is Destiny. It's about 2 minutes long. I have a 14-minute breakdown that I did. That is not for uploading, brother. That's just for you and anyone else who downloads the package, so they can see that all the points that I make are true. I try to stay as objective as possible. By the end of it, yes, it's clear. It is very clearly misdirection. The focus is shifted entirely to his people. The abstractionism is so complete. I've never seen such deceptive abstractionism. He's a master of it, like truly a master of abstractionism.
Wow.
And his concern with immigration into the West is how it might affect his people.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. So you don't have to watch that 14-minute breakdown, brother, but it does essentially prove and highlight everything. Also, he claims to be a free speech advocate. Guess who he quotes? The ADL. The ADL, one of the most anti-white, anti-free speech, anti-truth groups. This is a man who literally says in one of the interviews that he couldn't sleep well at night if even a bit of the truth was sacrificed. And he calls you a lying thief. Yeah. He's the lying thief. I mean, the quite frankly, to use a word, the chutzpah on this guy is unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah. The impudence. Yeah. The arrogance and the impudence. Oh my God. You have absolutely perfectly nailed this guy with everything. He is a filthy anti-white from top to bottom. And you did the kind of work that Westman would do in great numbers if we still had great numbers of men. Thank you so much for demonstrating that you're a man of the West, brother. In an age where so many would just complain about this, they wouldn't care. They would just let one of their brothers who had done all of this hard work for all these years just have it stolen and then misrepresented by somebody else who has more contacts and more ears and more avenues to get the message out, the lie out that he wants to get out there. Thank you for standing up. And I think on behalf of everybody, thank you for doing this. And I'm absolutely going to make the most of the hard work that you did. God bless you. I love you, brother. That is fantastic.
We love you, brother. I mean, you are our brother. I love all our brothers and sisters. We are brothers by biospirit. You slander one of our brothers. You lie about one of our brothers. You steal from one of our brothers. You steal directly from us. You lie directly about us. What affects our brothers affects us as well. We are a family, and we are becoming a family again. That is what Western kind is becoming. A very quick point, brother. He uses white Westerner in the book, and I highlight that it was genius of you to come up with Western kind because you predicted this, that they would come up with white Westerner, implying there could be any other kind of Westerner.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So very smart of you to use Western kind. Yeah, very, very smart. There's also a breakdown of the interviews that he did and videos. By the way, very interesting thing that I pointed out. Remember that when you talk to Electra and you have that clip of you and Electra and she gets emotional because of how accepting you were, yes, and how much you helped her.
Yeah, she begins crying.
Oh yes. Because you understood that what she did was because it was part of the anti-white sickness.
Yes.
Right. Godsod has an interview with a quote unquote adult film star, and at the end of it, he says in the creepiest way that he regrets not having time to talk about her profession. The guy is just creepy.
What a sick, nasty, slimy, unctuous cur that he is. He regrets not having time to talk with her about her profession. Vulgar, nasty, creepy, hirsute, anti-white slug. You're coming back next week. We're going to have you on again, and we'll talk more about this. But I got to let you jump off right now and get to at least one more caller today. And we're going to be doing better about callers. Maybe we'll have the whole last hour from now on just callers so everybody gets more time. But you are a true champion. I'm going to get to those files ASAP, brother.
Thank you, brother. I look forward to calling in next week and knowing your thoughts about them. And I'll keep going because there's still a couple of videos and an interview with Jordan Peterson that I want to go through. So I'll keep there's more to come. I'll keep adding to this. So great talking to you, brother. Thank you to all our brothers and sisters. I also messaged Lovely Porridge because I want to get this to him, see if he wants to do a video about it. Thank you so much, and I'll talk to you later, brother.
God bless you. Promethean Hales. Bye-bye.
Promethean Hales.
What an absolute champion. It looks like next was Baldor and You want to talk, right, Baldur? You can write really quickly to me on Skype because we just have a couple minutes left, and then Elronder will have to have you on next week. You will be number one. Okay, Baldur is next, so just hold tight. Really quickly, I'm going to read a financial gift we have over here on Entropy. Midnight Sun, 300. Hello, sweet lady. Financially gifting $10 US. Thank you so much for that. She writes, lately I've noticed many on radio talk shows using the words anti-white in their commentary. Thanks to you, Jason. People are finally waking up to the injustices being done to Western kind. Another magnificent testimonial, observer of the change that's taking place, able to discern and see what's really going on in the world, seeing that the tide has turned. We are beyond the tipping point. Thank you so much for mentioning what you have seen, Midnight Sun, in the shows that you listen to. It's thanks to all of us. We all are doing our little parts, and together, like the molecules of H2O, we are the tide that is cleansing our civilization of the poison that has brought us this low. The call is going out to now Baldur, and Elronder is first next Sunday. Baldur.
Hello?
I can hear you, brother.
Okay.
We only have like 3-4 minutes, but they can hear you and I can hear you. It's great to have you on. Thank you so much for doing the translation. I cannot wait to see it.
Right, it's in the Telegram chat. And I was trying to send you the file also through Skype, but yeah, it's like 3 pages, just 50, like Roy Danton said, 50 words or concepts.
Well, I'm going to have it so that I can post it for our next Going Free next Sunday. I want to share that with everybody, and we can have you back then to talk about it as well. But I really want to express my deep gratitude to you for doing that. That is so magnificent to help our people in Iceland. I hear a magnificent country, and I would love to visit. What's on your mind, man?
Well, I just wanted to call to tell you about the translation. And well, I mean, it's an exciting time. The word anti-white is spreading like wildfire everywhere, and
it really is spreading everywhere, just like you say. So you're seeing also in Iceland, and you're seeing it spread there. And how does it? Are you all able?
Unfortunately, not.
Not as much. So I was just going to ask: are you able to say? Is there a specific translation for anti-white that specifically means that, or do you have to use the English anti-white and then concept and then describe it?
So andhvítur is the adjective, but andhvítingi is the noun.
Okay. So there is that's fantastic that there's a translation.
Yeah, it took a while to find the translation for the noun.
Mm-hmm.
There has been the adjective translation going about andhvítur, but we desperately needed the noun, the specific noun, and so I found this word hvítingi, which has kind of been memory hold, but I found it in an old dictionary.
How about that?
And so just added and in front of it, and hvítingi, voila. So
that's fantastic. So it was memory hold. You found it in an old dictionary.
Yeah, I have it here in my shelf.
That is splendid. My God, we are resurrecting these things that they have stolen from us in all of our countries. And look at this great champion right here has dug into their dictionaries over there in Iceland, pulled this out to create the noun form so that it could be used there to benefit our people. That is the evidence of a true man of the West. And I could not be in greater debt to you for that magnificent deed. It's going to spread. Are you going to, really quickly, are you going to make content or over there in Iceland and help to spread this anti-white, or do you have that in mind?
I have thought about content, but I think, the translation of Go Free, Gantu Frjáls, will be the best thing I can ever do for this cause at the moment. But
well, it will be a massive contribution. Could you imagine that wonderful country there, the people coming around and putting an end to anti-whiteism? Oh, it would be splendid. It would be splendid beyond tears and screams of joy. I am so excited that you have done this. Thank you so much, Valdor.
Oh, thank you. Roy is asking me to say something in Icelandic. I can just, well, you can pick something from the translation lexicon. Lexicon is orðasafn. Okay, one is pretty long. The archetype alignment protocol, it's one word. Eðal ímyndar aðlögunar reglur.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a Eyjafjallajökull. It's not the most easy, it's not the most easy language to learn. It has these harsh sounds, et and and stuff. And eðal ímyndar aðlögunar reglur, it sounds like just gibberish to most of you. But,
It all sounds like music to me, Baldur. I can't tell you how happy it makes you. God bless you. Thank you. How it makes me. Thank you so much for doing this. And can you call back next week so I can? Sure. Okay, call back next week. We'll put up what you have created on the screen, and we'll talk about it more and anything else you want to talk about when we bring you back. But it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being, brother.
Well, thank you.
All right. Bye-bye now. Wow. How absolutely epic is that? We have a $5 financial gift from the great Slots coming in here. Says, thank you for the admonishment about being crestfallen. I have been, but have a more, quote, disciplined perspective on it. I attribute a lot of personal anguish with anti-whiteism. But there's more have to do. There's more I have to do. Keep it Promethean. God bless you for that, brother. Yeah, whatever you do, don't be crestfallen. You are one of our greatest champions, doing so much good. And you need to take personal ownership of the great victory that we are seeing as this rolls out, the use of anti-white. It is only the beginning. We change the entire world with this one concept. This is the concept that undergirds everything that we build on top of it. Anti-white, anti-whiteism. That central pillar is what we will build the edifice on that brings down anti-whiteism. We're blank over here. It's been marvelous. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much for going free. Thank you so much for being the change in the world that we want to see. No more just watching the doom documenting and doom dissecting, but actually being that catalyst for that greater tomorrow so that all of us, especially our most vulnerable members, our children, think about them and how they think about themselves. All of us will have a brighter, sunnier, Western sunrise in our future where we are in control of the definition of who and what we are, where we determine that we are the heroes, where the anti-whites are having to prove to us that they are no longer anti-white. I love every single one of you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go free.